All right, thank you. We will call this board meeting to order. Is there any need for anyone to amend the agenda? I don't think so. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And I don't see any public comments, so we will go into closed session to discuss conference with labor negotiators and public employee discipline. And I'll entertain a motion to go to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll bring this board meeting to order. For those of you that are able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. It's always amazing to me that the cadence for everybody around the United States is exactly the same. Like when you say the Pledge of Allegiance, everybody's on point, but the birthday song, a whole bunch of people do it differently. Okay, we don't have any amendments to the agenda, and we have no action to report in closed session. So we need to do roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson,
Here.
Vice President James Forsyth,
Here.
Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks,
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg,
Here.
and Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go right into the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. On behalf of staff, I just wanted to acknowledge, before we go into the other items, that we were at the county supervisor meeting this morning where 4 of our data students were recognized for their participation in their achievement in the migrant education speech and debate state tournaments. There were other districts represented. It was an amazing event, and I just wanted to thank the staff who were there and for the County Board of Supervisors for recognizing our students along with the other students from across the county. Wonderful event. And as we move away from that picture and move up to staff appreciation, the board at the end of this video will have the opportunity to share some reflections. But before we do that, I want to turn it over to Gina to share how this video was created.
I was just going to ask you, Marianne, could you please start the video, please? Thank you. This year, we decided to celebrate our all-staff appreciation by asking our employees to highlight a colleague of their choosing. And so much thanks to Trish Shelby and the HR department for sending out that survey. And a tremendous thank you to Reina Murillo, who created this beautiful PowerPoint celebrating our staff. So these are staff members that, as you can see, just add tremendous value to our school communities, and were nominated by colleagues with this honor. Andrea, is there anything you'd like to share?
No, I would just echo the thanks to our classified staff who helped put this together, and just what a nice way this is to celebrate all of our employees across all of our departments and sites all during the same week.
And as we read through, we didn't want to talk through the whole thing, although I'm talking through it a little bit. It's going to go for about 4 minutes, but we wanted to just be able to sit and read the comments.
And this can also be found on all of our social media sites. We posted them last week.
Yeah, Dr. Dannenberg was supposed to sing a solo during this whole presentation, but he backed out, so we're just going to let him start with the comments now.
I would just like to congratulate all our employees, but it's nice to see that we recognize so many of them in so many different categories. So it's really uplifting to see all the nice comments that people are saying about our employees.
Yeah, I would just add, even though I've only been in this position for a short time, I've met so many of the people who made the list, and I completely understand why they're there. We really have an amazing staff, and I'm really grateful to meet all of you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all of the people who work so hard year-round to support our students and community, our ESPs, our teachers, our counselors, all of our staff. I thought it was great to see the bus drivers and our 2 mechanics called out from Transportation Department, but also just know that whether your name was on that list or not, like, the work you do is really important. It matters, and it's seen by those in the community. We are very fortunate to have so many kind and thoughtful people who work for us, and really grateful for that.
I just want to echo my colleagues. You know, it's amazing we have so many great people working for us. I love seeing the paraeducators on there. That was really cool, how many were shown and celebrated. And I also saw a lot of names I recognized in my short 2 years. And I thought, yeah, that deserves to be there. Oh, yeah, she deserves that. So, you know, I'm just in awe about our staff. So thank you all.
Yeah, I ditto all those comments, but it also makes me realize how large of an organization we are, that it took 4 minutes just to call out a couple of superstars, which we have plenty more, but you know, this is a big cog that we run here. A lot of people do a lot of great things to make it work, so I want to thank everyone.
I'll just add that even though the actual video has music, it isn't Dr. Dannenberg singing. There's actually music. We watched this with the principals, and we were trying to do some business while we were doing that, but having the opportunity to just sit in reverence and look and see all the amazing things that people have said about those who center the students, and then you also saw the individuals who don't work directly with students but support those who do. So I think it's just a wonderful opportunity for us to take 4 minutes to sit and soak in what all of these individuals do across the district to make every day happen. So thank you, and thank you to HR for putting this together. Okay, so now we're moving on to student board member recognitions. Are we set? No, not yet. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to move El Camino down to the bottom just to see if we can give Mr. Guerrero some extra time to get here, but we will start with Buena High School. So Dr. Asplin, if you could come up to the microphone, if you would.
And she has been, I thought it was supposed to be a little louder. She has been our student rep, and you have gotten to know her a little bit this year. And so when I tell you that when she walks into a room, the room is brighter, you've seen that yourselves. She's an amazing communicator. She is what we call at Buena, part of our top 20 seniors. She is one of the highest performing seniors at Buena High School. She was co-captain of our girls soccer team this year that took Channel League champions this year. She's a fierce competitor, works hard, but is genuinely kind and caring. She was also our prom queen. She does it all. You just can't find something that Kim isn't good at. And she has led with grace. One of the teachers recently told me that Kim was a phenomenal person and member of our ASB team at Buena for the last 4 years. And it's been an honor to watch you grow the last 4 years. And it's been an honor to know you. You're a very special and unique person, and I wish you the best, and thank you for your service. You represented Buena well, and thank you for that, and we wish you the best with whatever wonderful things you're going to be off to in the future.
Okay, and like I said, we're going to give a little bit of extra time for one of our principals to get here, so we're going to move on to Foothill. And I see Mrs. Johnson on the other side.
Good evening, board, cabinet. I am just really excited to be able to recognize Rhea Gill, who has represented Foothill in the best light. And part of the reason that I think it's been so easy for her to do that is there is not a facet of Foothill that Rhea is not a part of. So when I joined Foothill at the beginning of the year, she was one of the first people that I got to sit down with and really understand what the students love about the school, what do we need to make sure we keep, and where would we like to see some changes. And I've had to ask her for some honest feedback. She's always given it, and I really thank you for that. I do want to brag about what she has done outside of her ASB presidency, because it's no small feat. She's part of our Bioscience Academy. She has a leadership position in HOSA. She is the president of the Red Cross club on campus, which she organizes all of the blood drives, and she has raised, through her organizing efforts, enough blood to save 288 lives this year. So that's huge. She's also the co-president of our Interact Club, which is probably one of the most active clubs on campus. I don't think she ever has a week off. She's an athlete. She's one of our tennis players. She truly does do it all. And when I found out she is going to be an Aggie and attend UC Davis in the fall, I was like, I knew it, because all Aggies are great. I'm an Aggie. And she really is going to save the world. She's going to major in biology and minor in public health. So I feel very confident knowing that the future is in great hands. So Rhea, thank you. I'm very excited to follow everything that you do.
Okay, we'll move on to Pacific High School. Mr. Gibbs.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to thank Allie Contreras for her fine year of representing Pacific High School. When I first started this year, I was not knowing the students, very well. It was a unanimous decision when I asked who should represent Pacific High School. Allie's name came up over and over again. And so I really just can't thank her for just showing off for the whole year all the great things going on at school. You've done it very well. You've done it with pride. You've done it with integrity, and it's been really a great work. It's also been really wonderful seeing you grow into an excellent speaker and presenter. I think you've sold yourself short all year with how well your presentations look and how well you speak. You really have a knack and a talent for it, so really, really well done. Everyone, the staff is very proud of your positive attitude and your consistent hard work. You're definitely, you're pretty much our top student by all means. You're well respected by your teachers. Your students, all your friends on campus love you. We're going to miss you when you're gone. So we'll enjoy the next couple of weeks together. But one thing I really appreciate was the chance that you and I had to collaborate together on a couple of important student activities. Your activism means a lot to your community, and you did a wonderful job of organizing it peacefully. And also just getting everyone involved. It was a really, if you think about it, you got 20% of the school to, participate, in community projects and stuff like that. So I hope you're proud of yourself with that. And really just, you've represented us so well. I hope you're proud of yourself. You're going to do great things. And just on behalf of the staff and students at Pacific, we thank you for your service. Thank you, Allie. Great job.
All right, we'll move on to VASE, Dr. McNutt.
All right, good evening. It is my pleasure to recognize Yesenia Cruz for being the VASE student rep for the VUSD school board this year. Yesenia started at Ventura College and found it wasn't the right fit for her. And then through word of mouth, she came to VASE. And in her words, she felt like she belonged, and that was a place where she knew she could get a great education, and clicked with our staff and our teachers. And, you know, I felt great hearing that. And, you know, it has been an excellent fit. And now she's off to a career in the medical field that over the course of your lifetime, I know is just going to keep growing into bigger and better things. Her teachers rave about her growth in the program. We had to find a new student representative mid-year, and she stepped up. And she hasn't always been out of her shell like she is now and outgoing, but she saw that opportunity and she took it. And her positive attitude, her talent in the medical field and in the classes, the coursework, she just keeps getting better. So we are honored to call you our student representative, and thank you for stepping up to represent VASE all year long.
Okay, and Ventura High School, and then we'll finish with El Camino. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members and executive cabinet. As the proud principal of Ventura High School, I would like to recognize Olivia Liv Mobley for her accomplishments as ASB president of Ventura High School. Olivia entered high school with me in my first year as principal there, so she holds a very special place in my heart. She values those around her, and she dedicates herself to lifting others. She's a leader who has led with heart and integrity, and also by example. She ensures every student she comes in contact with is seen and heard. Thank you, Olivia, for creating memories and keeping our school spirit alive. She brought back our all-school rallies, indoor rallies, which is super cool and amazing. I'm super excited for your bright future at Cal Poly as a biochem major. And remember, once a cougar, always a cougar.
Okay, and then El Camino, Mr. Guerrero.
Dr. Castro, board, executive cabinet members. First, let me start by apologizing. We had a packed house at El Camino this evening of interested families who want to follow in the footsteps of students like Sienna and become El Camino Eagles. So I rushed over here as soon as I could, and I thank you for allowing me to go at the end. I did actually prepare something about Sienna. This is Sienna's second year here on the board with you guys and representing El Camino High School. Sienna Modi is an exceptional graduating senior from El Camino High School whose dedication, leadership, and drive have left a lasting impact on our school community. As ASB president for the past 2 years, she has led with integrity, creativity, and a strong sense of service. Academically, Sienna has gone above and beyond, completing 21 college courses through Ventura College while still in high school. Outside of the classroom, she has thrived as a key member of the Casitas rowing team, serving as the coxswain and demonstrating strategic thinking and teamwork. We are proud to share that Sienna will continue her academic and athletic journey at the University of Washington, where she will join their rowing team as well. And we have presented her with a University of Washington sweater as well to get her started, and she's absolutely amazing. We can count on her for everything at El Camino. She has represented our ASB leadership class, our school, with such grace and leadership, and I am grateful. It's going to be some difficult shoes for El Camino to fill, but I'm sure that there's other great students. But Sienna, thank you so much for everything you have done to support our school, to support our community, and we wish you the absolute best. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have the board comments now for our soloist over there.
I'd just like to thank all of you. You all did an excellent job. I know that a couple of you were nervous when you started, but you did excellent presentations, and we learned a lot from you. So thank you for all you've given us.
So true. You guys were the seasoned veterans when I came on board. So thank you for being good role models for me as well. And I just really wanted to thank you. I don't know if you really understand the weight of your comments, of bringing the student life to the board. It's been incredibly valuable to me. And I just want to thank you all so much and congratulate you and wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors.
I was going to ask, if you are a family member of one of our student board members, would you mind standing if you're here to support them or if you're part of their support system? I know you are very proud of them, appropriately so. They're wonderful people, but I also know that it takes families demonstrating what service to community looks like to raise people who care about giving back. So thank you for the type of people that you've raised, because they're going to go out into the world. They're going to continue to have an amazing impact on the world because of the values you've instilled in them. So thank you for that. And for all of you, you've given us so much of your time and energy, so many thoughtful comments. I love hearing about all the activities. We wish you all the best, and know that if you ever need a letter of recommendation, you can always reach out to us. We'd be happy to support you in any way, but we really appreciate you.
Again, I just want to echo my colleagues. I mean, you guys are amazing, absolutely amazing. You came up here, I didn't notice any nervousness. If you were nervous, we didn't notice it. You're all very eloquent in your public speaking. You're all very polished by the time you got off the board. I think this experience is going to serve you very well in your life. And I can see every single one of you go very, very far.
Yeah, if we can all take a minute and reflect of our attitude and mentality when we were in high school. Remember when you were 16 and 17 years old and thinking about walking into a room like this with cameras and executive cabinets and a board and everybody looking at you when you're talking. When I was in high school, I was 300 pounds, so people looked at me all the time. But you guys came in here and spoke on purpose to all these people. And like James said, this is going to be a great stepping stone to what you do in your career, and we look forward to hearing what you do in your career. So don't forget about us. Come back and visit us to let us know what you're doing to change history.
I'll just add that your presence is, it's even not having you here today, your presence is missed. You've had an impact on us, hearing the way that you see our schools and you experience what goes on in our schools and representing the students. Creating that connective energy for us at every single meeting has kept us grounded on why we're here. The other part about presence is so many of you, even though you have all these other obligations that we just heard about, like we just heard some amazing things that we know that you do and other things that were new to us, you sitting and listening through public comments, that presence and that maturation to know like you were so interested in what's going on around the district, and maybe not everything you could do something about, but those things that you could do something about, you were absolutely committed to it. And then I'll just echo what's already been said about your presence going out into the world. You are amazing human beings. Thank the parents and the staff that have helped get you to this point. And the presence that you're going to put in so many different places around the state, potentially effectively around the world at some points, they're going to benefit from you just as much as we have. So thank you for the contributions, and we know that this is just the beginning. And what we're going to do is ask the board members to come up. We're going to get a picture with the board, but we can give you your plaques as you come up onto this side of the dais. Thank you.
Security door. Go Mustangs. Go Mustangs. Congratulations. Thank you. That's because she wouldn't bring
That was nice. Okay, next we have correspondence.
President Peterson, the board, I'll just draw your attention to the correspondence from the County Office of Education that we received on April 15th. There's a lot here, but the county office appreciates the efforts that the board has taken to reduce structural deficits due to expiring one-time funds and declining enrollment. I'll just draw attention to one sentence in particular, that to ensure long-term financial stability, the district should continue taking proactive right-sizing measures to align expenditures with revenues to maintain a balanced budget and remain fiscally solvent, and we are doing that. So thank you all.
Okay. It doesn't seem like we have any.
We do. Sorry, we do have general public comment.
Okay.
We have 7 this evening. Good evening. I'm just going to bring the, maybe. You will have 3 minutes to speak this evening, and I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. Before we begin, we would like to remind everyone that the governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities, meetings, and events, and in the use of district electronic and social media platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so please keep language as respectful as possible. Please note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated. All you need to do is speak right on into it. We have a few speakers this evening. The first up is James Adcock, followed by Christina Petch, followed by Katie Norris.
Good evening. I didn't prepare anything this evening. I just came to say thanks. We appreciate you keeping our department in particular as intact as possible. We lost a couple guys. That's a bit of a hit, but most of us are around still, so we do appreciate that. Going forward, we do have higher expectations from all of you to do better, to show us that you're a lot more honest than you've been, to show us that you have integrity, to show us that you care about us, because it certainly doesn't seem like it. It's been a hard road. I do not like public speaking. I'm not very good at it. I just come up here because I feel like I'm one of the few that will. And it's been a rough few months going. Again, we felt like we got ambushed, and you know, you guys said that you've talked about this for 3 years, but it seemed like you talked about it for a few days, picked some names out of a hat, and went, take them. It's fine. We don't care. Doesn't matter. So please, we'd like to see more from you guys, please. And so going forward, we can continue to keep this ball rolling down the road and keep these kids. I'm looking at it from a couple different perspectives as someone that works here and someone who has a kid here. So I do have expectations from both sides. So I'd like to, you know, move on from this, get past it, and see you guys do better for us, with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina Petch, followed by Katie Norris, followed by Martha.
Members of the board, my name is Christina Petch, and I am the secretary for J. Sarah Elementary PTA. This past week, our PTA celebrated Staff and Teacher Appreciation Week with the Friends TV show theme, each day inspired by a Friends episode. So tonight, I thought I'd call this the one where PTA tells the board members how much we love our teachers and staff. I want to take a moment on behalf of the PTA to express our deepest gratitude for all the teachers and staff at our wonderful school. Their unwavering commitment to our students, tireless work, and passion are truly inspiring. The dedication of our teachers shape the futures of our children, and enrich our community, but not without the consistent support of staff members like Miss Michelle, who was highlighted earlier in your staff appreciation presentation, and Miss Samaniego, our school counselor, who we really hope will be reallocated to our site next year. If you're watching, thank you for everything you do. A week of gratitude and appreciation is not enough to thank you for all the contributions you make to positively impact our children's lives. To all teachers and staff in our district, thank you for the work you do every day and for the difference you make in the lives of children and their families. I know I speak not only for our PTA, but all PTAs. We are very grateful for everything you do. Thank you.
Next up is Katie Norris, followed by Marta, followed by Zulef.
Good evening. My name is Katie Norris, and I'm here as a representative of Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County, a member of the Ventura County Housing Coalition, and a resident of Midtown Ventura. I live with my spouse and child on Santa Cruz Street, just a few blocks from one of the district's surplus properties at the old Washington School. First, I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity for discussion tonight. I'm here to express my strong support for utilizing the school district's surplus land for affordable workforce housing. Ventura County consistently ranks as one of the least affordable housing markets in the entire country. In 2024, the average apartment rent in the city of Ventura was nearly $2,700 per month. To afford that, a household needs to earn almost $108,000 per year, which exceeds our county's median household income. Our essential workers, our teachers, school classified employees, healthcare workers, first responders, and service providers are indispensable to our community, and they're being priced out. I'm here to speak in support of affordable housing specifically, as opposed to market rate housing. Affordable housing allows people and families to spend less on rent and more on food, healthcare, education, and transportation. It allows them to save for the future. Affordable housing also reduces the risk of homelessness and housing insecurity. Affordable housing allows for better workforce retention, which improves the local economy, reduces traffic congestion, and helps families save on commuting costs. Bottom line, market rate housing is not supporting our essential workforce. Our current affordability crisis is the result of many factors, but high among them is the issue of supply. Ventura County has been building new homes at a rate far below the national average since the early aughts. In recent years, local governments have only permitted about 1,500 new housing units per year when we need closer to 5,000 just to keep up. Even at that improved pace, we would still face a shortfall of around 30,000 homes per year. Rising housing costs are pushing families out of Ventura, leading to declining school enrollment, meaning funding cuts, school closures, and cuts to programming. Affordable housing opportunities will help more families stay in this area for the long term, steadying school enrollment year to year. While I work in affordable housing, this issue really extends beyond my chosen career. I am a working Ventura resident with a family to support, and even with our 2 incomes, we frequently worry about how we're going to make it work here long term in this place that we love. I believe everyone who contributes to our city and makes it such a wonderful place to live deserves quality, affordable housing and the opportunity for a future here. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Marta, followed by Zulef Lucero, followed by Dr. Richard Neve.
Hello and good evening, my neighbors and members of the school board. Thank you for holding space to talk about the future of the Washington School and other Ventura Unified School District sites. I'm here today to show support for the use of the district's surplus land for workforce affordable housing. My name is Marta Stopker, and I live in Midtown with my husband and 5-month-old son, and every day I think about how lucky I am to own a home in Ventura. But living here also makes it impossible to ignore the affordability crisis that homeowners and renters face in our town. When my friends and I sit around the dinner table, a mixture of families who rent and own, it is rare that the cost of housing doesn't come up because it is such a big issue for so many people. Some of my closest friends who are from here seriously question if they can afford to stay. I'm sure all of you in this room may know people who are in the same boat. Those proposed projects aren't a fix-all, but I think it's a step in the right direction to address an issue that affects so many people we know. I've heard some counter arguments specifically about Washington School, where the neighborhood I live in. I also don't want to battle traffic or live near a construction site, but I don't think anyone does. There are smart and sensible solutions to those issues that we can advocate for together, and in doing so, play a role in tackling a crisis our entire community faces: housing supply and affordability. The Washington School was built the same year as my house, 100 years ago, and it's possible that those living here then asked how would building a school shape and change the community. But I hope a century later we can look back and agree that it served our community in incalculable ways because it was built to enrich generations of students. I hope the Ventura Unified School District will live up to its legacy and continue to support the next generation of families here in Ventura by offering their surplus land for an affordable place to live. Thank you.
Up next is Zuleth, followed by Dr. Richard Neve, followed by Lucia Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Zuleth, and I'm a coalition member of the Ventura County Housing Coalition. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to voice a strong support for the use of the district surplus land to develop workforce affordable housing. As my colleague mentioned, today the housing affordability in Ventura is out of reach for many working families. According to CELO, the average home value in Ventura is over $913,000, and the median rent is around $2,800. Meanwhile, the average annual salary for a teacher in Ventura is about $61,524,000, and classified staff earn between $45,000 and $62,172. To afford to buy a home in Ventura today, a household needs an income of around $210,000. That's simply not realistic for the educators and staff who serve our school and community every day. As part of Ventura County Housing Coalition, I have the privilege of speaking with many families across the county. The overwhelming majority are struggling with housing insecurity. I'm also a mother of two 7-year-olds, Joseph and Jacob, and I recently learned that their teacher is struggling to find an affordable place to live here in Ventura. I can't stop thinking about the stress of being housing insecure, and still having to show up every day to teach young children. That is not the kind of burden our educators should carry. According to the BC Star, Ventura County is now the least affordable metropolitan area in the U.S. for home buyers. Rising costs are driving families out of the area, leading to declined school enrollment, fewer resources, and possible school closures. By supporting affordable housing on surplus district land, we can help stabilize our community, retain teachers, and ensure future success for our schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next is Richard, followed by Lucia.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight as a proud graduate of the Ventura Unified School District and also the son of a career educator in the district. My mother, Nancy Myers, taught at E.P. Foster School, Mound School, and finished her career at Cabrillo Middle School. When we were here for a long time, she was a single mother raising two kids on a teacher salary, and I worry that my experience and our experience as a family isn't possible today because of the cost of housing. So I'm here also to speak in support of developing educator workforce housing on surplus properties. I'm also now a professor of political science, and I've been teaching a class this semester on California politics at Cal Lutheran University, where we focused on housing and homelessness. So I'd like to tell you all that I know that developing housing may seem outside of your mandate as a school board, but luckily there are lots of people who are already working on this. There are projects that are already in development. There are projects that have already been developed on our housing educators. And I think it actually aligns with your first board priority, which is to build on your strengths. And that's the educators and the staff that are here in the district. Obviously, the old Washington school site has been brought up. It's a fantastic site. It also aligns with a lot of California state affordable housing goals, putting it in a resource-rich area, mixed income area. There's a lot of things going for that site. I actually wanted to quote from a report I was just reading from the Turner Center, or it was from the City Lab at UCLA, the Cities and Schools Initiative at the UC Center at UC Berkeley, and the California School Board Association report on some of these projects. And some of the findings from a study of 9 of the projects that have already been completed is that educator workforce housing is a viable strategy to address staffing shortages, improve retention, and enhance community stability. Yes, it's complex and it's outside of the sort of purview of what a school district does, but you have fantastic partners in the Ventura Housing Authority, the Housing Trust Fund, the Ventura County Housing Land Trust. You don't have to do it alone. There are also think tanks that are working on this, producing materials, handbooks, all sorts of things, site inventories, things like that. And the state is really on board too. So the state is working on streamlining the approvals process, especially for affordable housing. So there's a lot of support and there's a lot of momentum that we can build on. So it also aligns with some California state climate goals and some of the climate goals that are in the new Ventura, City of Ventura general plan, which is also a fantastic boon of getting people to drive less. So I hope you're all interested in this. I hope you're excited about it. And if you would like, I have lots of readings I can assign to you all for homework. So just let me know. Thank you for your time.
And the last speaker is Lucia Marquez.
Good evening, Board. My name is Lucia Marquez. I'm the Policy Director with CAUSE. We're a community-based organization that organizes in Ventura and Santa Barbara County around issues related to housing, workers' rights, and environmental justice. And we're also a proud member and one of the conveners for the Ventura County Housing Coalition. All the previous speakers really touched on why this is an important issue. We, as an organization, identify issues that we work on based off of what the community is saying is the issues that are impacting their lives the most. And for the last 5 years, even before the pandemic, the housing crisis was #1. Today, I was reviewing applications for a summer internship program for high school students here in Ventura, and I saw so many students reference, like, I want to work with CAUSE because I've experienced displacement. I see my family struggling with cost of rent. Like, this is a real issue that's impacting everyone throughout our community, but students in classrooms, like, they're seeing their families struggle through this, and it's impacting us throughout our community through and through. And so I would just really want to speak to and uplift that we have an opportunity as a district to really look to the surplus properties and prioritize affordable housing, affordable workforce housing, really see that this is a tough moment for the district, and we have an opportunity to invest in more benefits for our teachers and for our classified staff. We want to see, like, our staff be able to live and work here in the community. Having more affordable housing just broadly here in Ventura means more families will choose to live here long term, meaning steady enrollment year to year in our district, and that's what we want. And so I want to echo everything that's been said previously, and this problem isn't going away. Ventura is becoming more and more unaffordable every single year, and the district has a really amazing opportunity to choose to use your surplus properties for 100% affordable housing, to invest in workforce housing, because our teachers and classified staff need it too. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you for the public comments. I'm so trained to look at that green sign. You had just told me that there were 7 public comments, and I looked over and said, oh, no public comments. So I apologize about that. And there's about 2.3 perks you get of being the president, and one of them is being able to just decide that you're going to have a public comment. And so I do have a public comment today. I wanted to, yeah, you put me on 3-minute timer. It'd be a minute, 25 seconds. I just wanted to thank my wife of 25 years for a happy anniversary today. And normally, thank you. I was just telling my colleagues that I normally, in 25 years, I've never worked on our anniversary, but my wife's selfless, family-first attitude has allowed us to thrive and do other things outside of what's the funnest for our family. So I want to thank her. And it took me 25 years of spending thousands of dollars and doing extravagant things, that the best gift is to leave your wife alone for the day and let her do nothing. And so I could have, that's the reason why my daughter is here right now, because she was supposed to be doing nothing, but she ended up at the Cabrillo Information Night because she's always doing something. But I did want to wish her a happy anniversary. And our, item number 14 is the public hearing, notice of public hearing regarding the 25-26 budget.
Thank you, President Peterson. We'll just draw attention for the public that we have the public hearing notices for both the 25-26 budget and the notice of public hearing for the 25-26 LCAP, Local Control and Accountability Plan. And the public hearing will take place on June 10th for both items. Thank you.
Okay. Next is the action item for educational services.
Dr. Bayless.
He did both B for, yeah.
Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate the double checking. Thank you.
Trying to double check me? That's right, that's right.
Yeah. Dr. Bayless, if you would.
All right, thank you very much. President Peterson, it's my pleasure to bring to you two supplemental novels that came from the Supplemental Novel Text Committee as fully unanimously recommended. First, The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, the Horse for grades 6 through 8, and second, The Odyssey, the graphic novel for grades 9 through 12. So I want to thank Sarah Gluck Perez, who chairs that. And again, we have two pathways for supplemental texts to come before you. One, fast track, whereby texts are already on the California Department of Education list. These two are not, so they went through full committee reads and were unanimously recommended.
Okay, so this is a first reading, but if the board would like to take action, we can.
I had a comment first. I just wanted to thank the committee, and I love the fact that The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse seems like the impetus for that was from our counselors as a way to work through some issues for students. And I love that idea of bringing literacy and like student mental health together. And I have no objections. And I love the Odyssey. I think it's great to, you're making it more approachable for students by making it a graphic novel. So it's great to do that.
Any other comment?
I have a question, though.
Okay.
I assume these have been on display for public review?
That's correct.
I would just like to add, as a teacher, I actually sat through a presentation once that took a lot of weight off my shoulders. I know a lot of parents are concerned about the use of graphic novels and audiobooks and things like that, about whether it's like really counts as literature. And I just want to reassure you, like graphic novels are an excellent way for students to be able to make that transition into weighty pieces of literature, and so I completely support both of these pieces of literature. I can make a motion. Jay.
No, it's just, we're competing against TikTok, so if anything, any type of pictures or anything like that with the Odyssey is going to be big. It's going to help us out. So I guess I'll go ahead and move to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Next is Human Resources Classified.
Ms. Crouch.
Good evening, Board. This evening we are bringing before you revisions to the exempt salary schedule. Hourly rates have been updated to reflect current minimum wage in California, which is $16.50 an hour, and therefore it's necessary that the exempt salary schedule reflects California's current minimum wage. Therefore, it is recommended that the board adopt the attached changes to the classified exempt hourly salary schedule.
Questions?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next we have Business Services.
Sorry, yes, we have the Ventura County Indian Consortium Memorandum of Understanding. Both Dr. Mirza and Dr. Bayless could assist with any questions that you have.
I just had a question about whether or not we expect this to be at all impacted by changes in federal funding.
That remains to be seen. As of right now, the application window was open. We submitted successfully, and so we have not heard any definitive indication that these monies are going to go away, but nonetheless, there are conversations about title funds in general being impacted, and these are title funds.
I'll also just share, when I was in DC, I actually took the opportunity to talk a little bit about the fact that none of our local tribes are federally recognized. And so did share that with folks, because I think it's something that we need to talk more about as Californians, the fact that our tribes are not part of the federal registry. So hopefully we can change that. And then lastly, just a request. I shared this with Dr. Castro, but I would love to be included in the acknowledgement for our Native American graduates, because they get an honoring ceremony that's really special. So when you get that date, if you could send it to us.
Will do.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Next is the award of contracts E26 to 25 for Atlas.
Yeah, good evening, Board. We have Ryan Hughes here. He'll answer any questions the Board
Well,
may
my
have.
first question is fairly obvious.
Yes.
How do we get Jane's Brothers construction approved?
Oh.
They're half the price.
Yeah, I spoke to the owner. That was the install price only. So he didn't include the demo and all the pour in place and all the auxiliary work. So, yeah.
I thought it was a coupon that expired or something. We didn't get to use it. I was like, what happened?
Yeah, we were quite excited as well until we saw that they weren't pre-qualified with the district. And then, you know, after more conversations, that was just the install of the equipment only. Yeah.
Questions besides the coupon?
Well, just the rendering. This is, there's two playgrounds, correct? We're talking about, so this is there's two sets, right? There are two structures.
Yes.
And we're just replacing the one for the younger students?
Yeah, so currently, you know, it was brought to our attention that the existing condition of the EIC playground is not good, to say the least. So we were able to elevate this project pretty quickly, just due to the surrounding existing conditions not needing any ADA work. And we can squeeze it under the CUPCA bidding requirements, which is less than $220,000. So we didn't need architectural services or anything for this project. So the other playgrounds at Atlas are slated to be installed, I believe, in 2028.
2028?
For the rest of the campus.
And just real quick, you know, the swings are kind of a big thing for kids. I noticed that there's only like roughly 2 swings, maybe 2.5.
Yes.
Is that a normal thing that we're noticing in these new playground designs, that swings are kind of going out of fashion, or we're...
No. This is specific to this playground only. We were limited into the footprint size of the existing, so swings take up a lot of square footage. So we wanted to make sure we can accommodate the ramping system for the play structure for inclusive play, and try to squeeze in as many swings as we can. It's limited, but it fits the need.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Swings are so regulating for your kids.
Yeah. So that's why we put one of the co-op swings in there, so we can have at least you know, 3 kids swinging at a time.
Really, you can have 3 kids. Okay. Thank you.
And one of the nice things is we actually had gone away from having any swings on any of our campuses.
Wow.
So we are actually going
Adding
in the other
swings.
direction, because they had been banned for kids falling off of them, basically. So at all of our schools now, we're including swings, which I love that. And
It's
I think
the number one ask.
Yeah, it's great.
Any other questions?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Next is award of contract E27 through 25, Ventura abatement of rooms 25 and 26.
So this project, sorry, Hassan, I'll take over. This project is to remove all the hazardous materials at Ventura High School in buildings 25 and 26. These buildings are set to be removed to accommodate the new ground mount units for solar. So we thought it was in the best interest of the district that we control
the bidding process instead of NG, our contractor, and we can regulate and make sure that, you know, all the standards and processes that need to be implemented for abatement of hazardous materials, that we can control that. So that's why we took over. NG will be doing the actual demo of the buildings. So we just felt it was in the best interest to bid this out, and we can control it.
Questions?
I appreciate your eye towards cost savings,
Yeah.
that's what I'm reading into what you're saying about
Yes.
district control. So with that, I'll move approval of the lowest bid, unlimited environmental.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next is the award of contract C4 through 25, Jasmine Bus Yard EV Charger Project.
Good evening, Board. So we have Ari, our Transportation Director, and Terry, our Facilities Director, to provide some background as to what this project is and what we're getting prepared to do. And Ari, maybe you could start with how we got here and like what is the law as far as the bus requirements and when do we have to transition over?
Sure. So long story, but there's been lots of grants by the state of California and the federal government, and we've been granted to replace 6 of our diesel buses for electric buses. I'm sorry, 16 of them. And this site here, the Atlas site, we're going to house 4 buses, eventually 6. Cabrillo's going to have 10 buses, and our Crooked Palm facility will have 4 buses. And as of 2024, so as of last year, you can no longer buy diesel buses in California, and so you can only buy electric buses, and they're roughly about $500,000. The big ones are about $500,000 a piece. So these grants are paying for most of the cost of the buses and most of the chargers as well. So that's kind of why we're taking advantage of this now, because we don't know how long the grant money will be available.
And so what this project is for is getting preparation for that. I know, Terry, maybe you could add in why this is necessary here and what we're doing at this site.
Sure. The Jasmine Bus Yard has long been used as a bus yard, and it's in order to install the electric chargers, there are a few steps in the process. The first step is for us to clear the site and make the parking lot area easy to drive into and park and actually connect to the buses. So there's a bit of a redesign. Part of that was removing the old, smaller bus barn that was there to make more room. The bus yard did not really have adequate paving to begin with. So part of this project is actually repaving the whole area and getting it ready, putting all the infrastructure in, ready for Edison to come in, which is the next step, relocate a transformer, and then following that, then we will install the bus chargers. So it's kind of a small 3-phase project, but this first one here is repaving the entire lot and clearing it and getting it ready, and it will be ready in the interim if we don't have the electric buses still as a bus parking lot.
Do you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question, but it's for Ari, and it's sort of different. It's not really related to this item. It's about the item, though. We're going to electric buses. What are we doing to train up our mechanics to be able to work on them?
So there's a few training classes that have come about. Not very many right now. We have 2 current buses right now, so they kind of work on that, but they're limited to what they can do. And when these buses have broke down, we've had to tow them to, I think, Corona, I think, is where they go. And they're under warranty over there, although the warranty's probably getting close to running out. But they do training on things that they can work on. They're not allowed to touch the batteries and certain part of the electrical is just too hazardous. So if they do break down, we send them out. However, the new buses that we're getting, the current 16 that we're getting, they do have a roaming mechanic that will come to our site and work on the bus there, which is great because it's a long tow out there.
But essentially, as professional development opportunities come up, we will be having to send the mechanics.
So you're hoping to, I'm sorry, Danny. No. You're hoping to store 6 buses at this site with 3 chargers? Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So at the beginning, we're having 4 buses there. We have 3 chargers, but Edison told us that we have to eventually, within 10 years, get 2 more buses out there. So eventually we'll have 6 buses out there, but right now we'll just have 4.
Okay.
4 electric buses. We can still put other of our other buses out there, but 4 electrics.
Do you, 3 chargers seems like it's a small amount for looking at 6, just because a bus goes out in the middle of, or in the morning, depletes a charge, has to be charged in order to get those kids back. Seems like there's not enough chargers, and also the charging time. I was kind of curious about that.
Sure. The all 3 of the chargers have 2 ports in them, so each charger can charge 2 buses.
Okay, that's
so there'll be enough charge.
Perfect. Thank you.
And this is not the only location that you'd be installing chargers.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second half of his question, though, was roughly how long does it take to charge one of these buses?
It's about 3 hours. Yeah, so right now our electric buses that we have at Crooked Palm, they'll do their morning route and come and charge, and then they're ready for their afternoon run.
I just want to, since we're getting to the cost analysis game from last board meeting, that we look at the cost analysis about having a roving mechanic come or hiring someone to do it, just so that we, do the numbers. We're going to have 6 buses, and if something happens, what is it going to cost for him to come? And instead of having someone that's already trained in-house that could possibly do our training for our other mechanics. So just so that we're thinking about that for the future.
And I'll
Yeah,
piggyback on
I'm
that.
assuming, oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I'll piggyback on that because every district around us is also investing in electric buses, right? And so we are going to need that ability locally, and if not unlike the charter buses, right? If we have it in-house, we can farm it out to other people.
Correct. And as right now, it's such a new program for California, and I don't know how many buses there are, but there isn't that many right now in California, so there isn't even that certification available yet for the mechanics, but I'm sure as more buses come, they're going to make that available, and then, of course, we'll send the mechanics out there to get certified for that.
Well, I was talking about being first, where if we're the first people to have the mechanic, our mechanic, like Sabrina was saying, we can farm up to other districts, but also why that person is here could train our other people instead of spending the money somewhere else. I mean, the numbers might not work out. I just want to make sure that that we look at it and entertain it to see if the numbers work, that we do it.
Sure, I'll give you one example that when we got our first 2 buses about 3 years ago, there was 2 mechanics certified in the whole state to work on them. So I agree, yes, we need to get them certified, but there's really nobody to certify them right now. So as soon as we can, yes, definitely we'll get them certified because we're going to have a lot of buses.
So if Dr. Rickard is watching this at home, we should be looking at a CTE program in electric bus maintenance.
I'll just off on it. She texted me.
I was just going to say
She's on it. She's on it. I'll just read it. The CTE Auto Pathways will have electrical and hybrid maintenance and repair capabilities. Once we make those changes, based on the Strong Workforce Grant, the students will be able to do some work on our buses.
Wow, I feel so special. She's watching us. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just real quick, there's a $300 difference between the bids. Are we expecting some change orders from this company?
You want to talk, or I talk to Jason about it? Go ahead.
Yeah. We, as soon as we receive the bids, of course, we do our due diligence. And first thing we did is reach out to the contractor just to make sure that there wasn't anything missed in there. This type of work is his bread and butter. He's very familiar with what's going on. We feel that maybe because of our soil toxicity report that we posted for the contractors, that possibly there was contractors who were unfamiliar with the requirements and that may have caused their bids to be higher. Our engineer's estimate was right on, was spot on for this, so we're not worried about it.
Thank you.
I will move approval.
Oh,
Thank
second.
you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, next we have request for approval of contract exceeding 25,000. And I do have a question about the ADA parking crosswalk. Are we responsible for striping crosswalks? Or is that under something else? Or is that actually a crosswalk?
You're looking at the line 8, item 8.
Yes, item 8.
Juana Maria ADA parking crosswalk.
Yes.
Is Terry? Yeah, Terry can come back up and address that. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. This work is actually a part of a requirement of the original DSA modernization closeout. And it's also improving the walkability onto the site. So,
Is it on our site or is it leading up to get to our site?
it's actually, if you're familiar with Juana Maria, there's a staff parking lot that leads on the right-hand side of the campus that leads back to the portables, and the crosswalk is between that driveway. So we have the truncated domes and the ramps on each side of the sidewalk and the striping of the sidewalk there as well. It also includes some upgrades to the ADA parking close to the portables, which is has the proper slopes and requirements current to today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I had a question on item 9, the architectural fees for the modular classrooms. And I was just wondering, what fund does developer fees come out of? Like, is that?
Fund 250? Yeah.
So it's specific to developer
Yeah,
fees?
it's outside the general fund. Sorry, yes.
Like, is it?
Sorry, Dr. Mirza does this to us all the time.
Fund
We're
7321.
very impressed. Dr.
Yeah,
Mirza,
thank
we're
you.
very impressed about the fund number. We always are.
Okay, it's
amazing.
250 noted. I was just wondering, is it like a restricted fund, or
Yes,
is it tied
so-
to Measure E, or what is that?
Yes, so we receive annual money as new develops in the city of Ventura arise. Developer fees are specifically designated for like constructing or expanding school facilities, modernizing existing facilities, acquiring new portables, and purchasing furniture and equipment. But yes, this lies outside, and it could only be used for specific causes.
Thank you for clarifying.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe.
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item 16 on the conference item, educational services.
Thank you very much, President Peterson. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Soledad Molinar and the District English Learner Acquisition Committee.
So are our students, schools helping him or her to achieve English proficiency? Are they finding success in all academic areas? Are we helping students prepare for college and careers in both languages? Are our students participating in any type of community service? Are they participating in extracurricular activities? And then are we meeting the needs of our parents and caregivers? This year, we took a slightly different approach to our needs assessment, and we had 5 different questions that we asked to our District English Learner Advisory Committee, and then we also used those same questions at our site English Learner Advisory Committees. Our questions were, what is going well for your child right now? What is something you feel proud of? Number 2, what is your biggest challenge or frustration about their school experience? What should we know about your beliefs, values, and/or culture to best support your family and child? What changes would you like to see in our classrooms, schools, district, and why? And then finally, what feedback do you have for us to improve your child's experience or the district in general? We have this evening our DLAC president, Senora Honorato, our vice president, Senora Alfaro, and our secretary, Senora Fernandez. Also, Carlos Sanchez, who is our multilingual progress monitor, and Rogelio Ramirez, who is our district, oh my gosh, family liaison, thank you. A new position. I'll invite Ms. Honorato.
Good evening, board members. The first question was, what is going well with your child right now? So, most of the families, we agree with all these answers, and one was the achievement at attaining reclassification, having a high GPA and making academic progress in English, reading, and math in both language. We are proud of the extracurricular activities and academic support students receive after school, and academic progress in reading and the support that they receive from teachers.
Hi, good evening. My name is Blanca Fernandez. I am the secretary of DLAC committee. So I'm going to read the second question. What should we know about your beliefs, values, and our culture to best support your family and child? So the answer was that as a family, we must instill respect for others, honesty, and self-appreciation, mutual respect. As a parents, we need to understand the background of the problem and need more time and patience for administrators to explain the systems and processes. Parent training. Respect for beliefs in family and school unite.
For question number 3, we have, what is the biggest challenge or frustration about their school experience? And one of them, it's bullying problems are not resolved quickly. The lack of drugs control and fights, preventing at secondary level, more parking and improve school traffic. When teachers themselves bully students by showing favoritism toward one kind of students, sometimes teachers failed to connect with English learners. The level of security on campus, being ignored when you file a complaint on campus, there is no follow-up to resolve the complaint. And especially on the last one, a lot of parents, we want to point it out to you that we want more accountability from you guys to check on the principles that they have to follow up the complaints that parents put on regarding bullying. This is kind of like something that the parents are really worried about, that our community is feeling like it's been ignored. They're being ignored. So we're asking you to step up and approach that issue. Thank you.
I had a question about that one point. I don't mean to interrupt the presentation, but are you saying the being ignored, what is a complaint in general, or do you think it's being ignored because it's an English learner? To me, there's two separate issues.
Well, sometimes, like the Hispanic community, we feel ignored because we're Hispanic. Instead, if that's a white family, they get more attention. toward them instead of the Hispanic community. One, because of the language barrier, and second of all, is just like they just want to put it like under the rag, and they don't want to follow up.
Thank you.
Those were the comments that we got from the parents. Thank you.
So the next question is, what changes would you like to see in our classrooms, schools, district, and why? Security before, during, and after school. Do the fights between students at the secondary level. More security and high school restrooms. Find ways to involve more parents in their children's education. For example, more support for teachers, such as giving parents the opportunity to volunteer in our classrooms, and give school flexibility to provide more opportunities, provide training for parents so they can volunteer. I pass to Veronica.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Alfaro, and I am the Vice President of DLAC. And the fifth question is, what feedback do you have for us to improve your child's experience or the district in general? Continue and expanding tutoring, provide healthy meals, provide better training to school staff to make students feel safe and welcome, empathy, validation of emotions and feelings. In any part of the school, for example, office, nurse's office, etc. Remember that the focus is on students, and staff cuts reduce the benefits for them. Students are the most affected by these changes.
So these these 5 questions and these responses have been shared with site principals. And in addition, I encouraged principals to use these same questions at their ELAC meetings and to use that feedback from their site-specific parents to be able to inform whether it's training on campus, systems that they need to put in place, different types of, when we talk about volunteering on campus, what are systems that could be put in place at the site in order to encourage volunteerism? How does the site principal maybe oversee that level of volunteerism versus placing that on teachers to coordinate? So it is a part of our discussion.
Before you go on, I have several questions. I don't know if anybody else did. So I wanted to start at the beginning. There was like a disconnect between the goals for DLAC and the assessment questions that you used this year. And so I was wondering about that shift.
So in the past, we've used those goals to inform our questions. And it really felt like every year we looked at, especially extracurricular activities. I think there was another one, let me see. Community service. These are elements of our goals that have been in place for a long time, yet they're not really a part of the actions that we see happening on campus. As we started to look at different types of questions and the 5 questions that you see here, we found that there was still a crossover in the responses that we received to our actual DLAC goals. So when you look at the first question of what are some of the things that you're proud of? You see elements of academic performance or academic achievement. We see about extracurricular activities. They appreciate the opportunities after school to engage in those extracurricular activities. So still being able to see that crossover from the needs assessment to the actual goals that we had originally in place at DLAC.
And where did the original DLAC goals come from?
Oh, I believe those were back with Dr. Robles, that they worked with the DLAC committee in providing those goals. And over time, we've held on to them, but really modified the way that we ask questions about them.
And the reason I ask is because I think it would, I mean, if those goals and the current assessments don't line up, then maybe it makes sense for us to sit down and have a conversation about those goals, right? And
Modifying
are
those.
those really the right goals for us to be having for DLAC? Also, I just had in general some concern about the fact that those goals don't align with our district goals or our board goals. So I would like to see more overlap and consistency between those things so that we're all kind of rowing in the
Working
same
toward
direction and speaking the same language. The second question I had was the parent concerns about feeling that their comments were ignored or not followed up on or resolved. So as a result of this, are we giving parents a roadmap to, okay, here's, step 1 is to go to your kid's teacher, right? Step 2 is to go to the principal. What are steps 3 through 8 when those concerns haven't been resolved? I think that's something that's useful for all parents, not just our English learner families. But again, I think it's a great question, and of course we never want a parent or a student to feel like their concern isn't being heard. So what are we doing to systematically address that?
That's exactly what we've talked about as well, is how do we continue to reinforce that at our DLAC group, but then also reminding the site level as well, like these are the procedures or this is the process that we have in place. You reach out to the teacher, or if it's specifically with the principal, reach out to the principal. We talked about going then to the office manager. It's very likely as we received emails, they kind of slip down into the bottom, and then we totally forget about that email we got a few days ago. After reaching out to the office manager, and then even reaching out to our department specifically so we can support families and support site principals with communication.
And I can just add to, one of the things that we're trying to do is to create that like in a visual format. Dr. Molinar started this, and this is something that we'll hope to finish by the end of the year, which is like, you use the word roadmap. And the visual that we had worked on was an actual roadmap of you start at this place and that you go through this process. So that is something that Dr. Molinar has started.
You alluded to the fact that you suggested to the principals that they use the same questions with their local committees. Is there any requirement that they do something like that so that we know that our parents' voices are being addressed at all school sites?
They all need to complete a needs assessment at their ELAC, and so this is the needs assessment that we're using. I'm going through right now just all of their minutes because that's where it would be documented. And as I find them, I'm gathering them so I can look at them. If I don't find them, I'm reminding them that I'm looking for them.
So I had a couple comments about safety. And I noticed one of the things was that we were talking about bullying and student safety on campus. And so number 1, we did allocate more site funds. So I'm hoping principals are getting the message that security is a high priority, and maybe we can look at spending some of those dollars to make sure that our campuses are secure and prevent fighting and bullying and things like that. To that, I was hoping someone might be able to explain a little about that sticky area of the restrooms, because I know we have student privacy, and that makes the restrooms kind of a desirable place for naughty things to take place. So I was hoping someone might be able to talk to that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. In secondary, we have one of the LCAP initiatives that we have at multiple secondary sites is MINGA. And administratively, we find that a lot of issues happen in the bathrooms during instructional time. So if we're all teachers here, I have no idea, unless we have a system, how many students you've let out of the restroom versus you. And so we could have many students in the restroom during instructional time. So MINGA is a digital system that allows for us to be able to give passes. And I can't give a student a pass if I'm a teacher if a certain threshold is already met across the district. So it has I'm sorry,
across the school.
Across the district.
Across
that would
the
be
school.
an amazing system. Across the school site.
AI could probably do it.
So we do have very happy customers at our secondary sites who are using MINGA. They do report that incidences during instructional time is going down. We have our student support services team and our safety plans include supervision in and around bathrooms during lunch, snack, before school, after school, but we don't have adults in the bathrooms. We don't have cameras in the bathrooms. We have cameras positioned near the restrooms. So we have some systems. We also have one site that it has vape detectors, a secondary site, and that has significantly reduced the number of bathroom incidences that are connected with vaping. So I think we're making some progress in that area, but there's still there's still work to be done there, no question.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing since my microphone was on. When Dr. Molinar said that the feedback from the DLAC was given to principals, and I know Maria knows because she's a veteran LCAP attendee, but we also presented this at our last LCAP last week. So in advance of this meeting, I had these slides, and I took the DLAC responses, and we distributed them and discussed them at the LCAP, because there is that partnership between LCAP and DLAC in the same way at sites. There's a partnership between the School Site Council and ELACs that passed the SIPSAs. So that was an important moment for us to see the feedback from DLAC at the last LCAP.
So I just want a quick comment and agree with my colleague Sabrina. Sitting on the DLAC as an English speaker, I see how hard it is, right, to try to follow along, to use an app, to try to understand what is being said in a discussion format. And working in past schools, you see, EL, English learners, Latino, people being overlooked because of that language barrier. That is a very real thing. So I just want to echo what Sabrina said, that we need to have some kind of steps for, resolution. If someone's getting bullied, what can the parent do? What's the next step? If they're not being heard, who do they go to? And who do they go to that speaks Spanish, that can advocate for them? So I just, that I think is a very, very important step into resolving some of these issues that are outlined in this report.
I just have I have two. Oh, you weren't done? Oh, well, let me let Sabrina say something else.
He, as president, has to go last. That's the rule. So the other question, or really, I don't know if it's so much a question, but more of a comment. I really want to commend the families, because I felt like the vast majority of their comments are things that benefit all students. They are not just things that benefit our English learner population. They are things that, safety, having healthy meals, having follow-up, anti-bullying, all of those things are things that every kid benefits from. But I also wanted to question, why are we only using these questions to ask our English learner families, right? Are we using these same questions to reach out to all of our families, including our PAC families, our School Site Council families, to get this
African-American Parent Council families,
AAPC, right? To get this kind of feedback, so that we can weave together where are the places where there's overlap, right? That is just general school culture, right? Where we. Because I think these are good questions, right? And we want to engage all of our families as partners, and yet we're only asking this relatively small subgroup these questions.
Truthfully, we just started asking these questions. We participated in a street data conference, and so these are those 5 questions to use for street data that you could ask to teachers, parents, students. So we gave it a try, and I guess we could consider it a pilot for our other groups. So.
Yeah, and we have, as you know, our LCAP annual survey, but one of the criticisms, I think it's valid too, of the LCAP annual survey is it might feel a little bit distant. It's not street level data, and these are very accessible questions that are that provide clear answers. So I think both are really important, and I think I agree that's something that we could expand, not just to various groups and committees, but also school sites and classroom levels.
I guess that's a negative thing about being president, because all the good questions and comments go before you, and you literally have nothing to say. But I was going to say the same thing about seeing the correlation between DLAC and the African American Parent Council to see what that correlation is. And I also wanted to commend the parents, because when I first got on the board, I attended a meeting that was in Spanish and had to be interpreted in English, and it was difficult. So I do commend the parents that come to the meetings and listen to stuff in English and have to be interpreted into another language, because it's difficult to understand, because you're always 2 or 3 seconds behind the point. And then when the point comes and the questions are answered, then it's 6 seconds because you asked your question, but the next point has already been. So it's kind of a difficult thing to follow. So I do commend the parents that go through that process. Any other questions?
I would just add the one last comment. If sites are not using their parent volunteers effectively, get on it, folks, because these are incredibly valuable members to your community, and train them up, and they will be on your campuses for years and years. And one of the most valuable safety assets we have are those parents whose all eyes are on the campus and making sure that things are going smoothly. So I would encourage all campuses to engage those parent volunteers, because they're an incredible asset to the community.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we kind of interrupted the.
Okay. Here we have our multilingual learners over time. This is only our English learners, not necessarily our students who are English only learning Spanish as a second language in our dual language programs. The percentage here, so you can see the decline in the number of multilingual learners. That last one right there is about 12.2%.
May I ask a question about whether or not that is just a reflection of our declining enrollment, or if that is just a reduction in the overall population?
I don't know. I'd have to look a little bit closer at that. I mean, I would imagine overall it is part of our declining enrollment. I know there was a period, I felt like it was a couple of years ago, we had less recent arrivals and newcomers to our district. And then that started to switch again, but then in general, we just have less multilingual learners.
I'll just add that Dr. Moliner is right on. The county overall is recipients of fewer newcomers to the county. Also declining enrollment, yes, but there's another factor too, and I can't remember in which year, but interestingly enough, our rate of, or the numbers of declining enrollment in multilingual learners is also reflective of higher reclassification rates.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another factor in there too. A couple years back, we had a huge reclassification. Since then, it dropped a little bit, but then we're back up to having higher numbers of students who reclassify. So it's at least 4 or 5 factors combined.
Mm-hmm. Here you will see, this is a chart of our multilingual learners' scale score growth by grade level span. These varied scale score growth numbers transfer across proficiency levels. So you'll see 385 students in K through 5 who showed between 0 and 50 scale score growth points. 226 6th through 8th graders who showed 0 through 50 scale score growth. So as we look at either maintaining proficiency levels or growing proficiency levels, we wanted to be able to highlight in general just the growth that students are making across scale scores, even though they might or might not be getting to that level of proficiency, whether it's a level 3 low or a level 3 high or even a level 4.
Can you explain the scale score for the public to understand what the
So there are specific spans. Let's say in a proficiency level 3, that might be a scale score of 250 and 350, let's say. And so if a student were to get a scale score of 275, they would fall within that proficiency level of a 3. And so within that scale score span, as they get closer to the other end of that span, getting closer to that next level of proficiency. So almost points on an assessment. This shows students over the last several years, our multilingual learners, either who progressed at least one English learner proficiency indicator level. So in 2024, 42.5% of our multilingual learners progressed at least one level. 1% maintained a level 4. So when students are reaching that level of proficiency, are we able to at least keep them there, or are they falling behind? 33.7% maintained a level of either a 1, a 2 low or 2 high, or a 3 low or 3 high. So of that span of students, Those are maintaining those levels, but not necessarily progressing. And then we had 22.8% who decreased at least one English learner proficiency indicator level.
I was kind of curious about the 22.8% who regressed. Does that trigger particular types of interventions for those students? Or is there so what happens once we identify them?
Right. So one of the ways that we are intervening is this year we were able to provide the interim LPAC assessment. And so that was available to school districts starting in October of 2024. What the state found was that once students participated in the interim LPAC, they demonstrated many levels of growth according to their next LPAC score. So this year we were able to provide it to 499 students who were multilingual learners at a level 3, and we provided the reading and writing domain in the interim LPAC. You'll see all of those schools there. And so this was a way to give students an opportunity to take this essentially a practice assessment, but also give them scores in each of those domains. Those results were then shared with the site principals and also the multilingual liaisons at those sites, and given the guidance in how to interpret those scores after the students took the test. Sites then met individually with those students and in small groups, reviewed the results, gave them targeted feedback as they looked at their specific interim LPAC, and then shared strategies so when they take the summative assessment right now or in the past several weeks, they would already have that opportunity to have practice, receive that targeted feedback, and then also those strategies. So having that really recent experience in taking the LPAC and those task types.
I was curious when I saw the multilingual liaison called out. So what kind of position is that at most of our sites?
At the elementary school, it's going to be a classroom teacher who receives hourly pay to support students at the site and other staff. At the middle school, it is a classroom teacher who will have one period that is funded through Title III funds in order to support multilingual learners and help progress monitor. And then at the high school, dependent on the number of English learners, Ventura High School has 3 periods that are supported by our funds. Buena High School has 3 periods as well. And I think Foothill has 1. Mm-hmm.
I think it would be great as a follow-up at another meeting to learn a little bit more about kind of the types of activities that they're doing specifically to support our English learner students.
And I want to make sure it's a public meeting, and I asked Dr. Castro a question, and I got an answer. I had asked why we use different types of bar graphs throughout the presentation. It kind of changes the way you read it, and the answer was because some of the graphs are from the state, and because I was wondering why we switch from one type of bar graph to another one when it's one presentation. So I just wanted to make sure that my question was asked and answered in public.
And I think when we go back to, this one gives you information as far as who's moving what proficiency level. But the reason why, this was one that we created ourselves through Excel, but why we shared this as well, because even though you would see possibly a decrease in a proficiency level, you might have a student who still showed scale score growth because of a grade level change. This year, we also trained several teachers at some sites to administer the LPAC at their site. Atlas has 2 teachers, Elmhurst 1, Sunset 3, and Anacapa 4. And principals are open to adding even more teachers next year to be able to administer the LPAC during the summative LPAC season. Lexia is also a support that we offer our multilingual learners at the elementary level. We'll see a lot of students, especially at the sites where we don't have a large amount of multilingual learners. Lexia helps paraeducators and teachers offer an opportunity to do pull-out groups and work independently on Lexia, or also the directed lessons with teachers or paraeducators. This year, we are piloting Lexia with 3 of our sites that have a large amount of multilingual learners at Sheridan Way, Will Rogers, and EP Foster.
Good evening. Our for rates, on this slide, you can see the number of our ML students over time starting from 2017. I would like to highlight the data from the last 4 years. Even though the overall number of ML students has decreased, our reclassification rate has remained consistently strong. Maintaining this level of consistency is only possible when the right systems and processes are in place. This success is truly a team effort, beginning from the leadership and support of our director, Dr. Soledad Molinar, and continuing with the dedication of our ML and ELA TOSAs, our standing K-12 ML liaisons, and our LPAC language assessment coordinators. Support dually identified students in an effort to better support our all multilingual learners, particularly those who are duly identified. The SPED, ELA, and ELD TOSAs collaborated to develop 2 half-day sessions, one for grades K-5 and another for grades 6-12. These sessions brought together SPED, case managers, and ML liaisons to focus on proper implementations of the LPAC domain exemptions, as well as how to add modifications and accommodations to a student's ELD page during the IEP process. During these collaborative sessions, we developed shared strategies and support to more effective serve duly identified students. Our work has become a model, and we have shared our findings and processes with the Ventura County SELPA. Looking ahead to next year, we will continue this collaborative effort with the case managers and ML liaisons across grades K-12. Our team recognizes the critical importance of this work and ensures our duly identified multilingual students receive a targeted support they need to succeed. LPAC Pep Talks. LPAC Pep Talks play a key role in helping multilingual learners feel confident, motivated, and prepared before taking the LPAC. These short, encouraging presentations have the intent to reduce anxiety by creating supportive atmosphere, boost confidence by reminding students of their growth and abilities, clarify the expectations so students know what to expect on the test, reinforce the purpose of the test, showcasing their language progress and what it means to reclassify, encourage effort by validating their hard work and resilience. When students feel emotionally supported and understand the why behind the test, they are more likely to perform to their truly potential. We do over 50 LPAC Pep Talks for the elementaries and over 30 presentations for the secondary. Reclassification. A reclassification celebration is a special event recognizing multilingual learners who have met the criteria to be reclassified as a fluent English proficient. This milestone reflects years of hard work, perseverance, and academic growth. You might ask why reclassification matters. Acknowledges students' achievement in language development, celebrates family and culture pride, as language acquisition is often a shared journey, motivates other ML students to keep progressing towards reclassification, and builds school community by bringing together staff, families, and peers in support of student success. And that's not, I'll come back. I promise.
So here we want to look at our bilingual seal data. This is our most recent data regarding the California State Seals of Biliteracy and our VUSD multilingual seals. These recognitions serve to uplift the linguistic community cultural wealth that our students, especially our multilingual learners, bring to the classroom. These recognitions allow us to uplift all students' full linguistic repertoire. To receive the seals, the students need to show proficiency in English and another world language. In addition, multilingual learners have to earn a score of a 4 on the oral composite on the LPAC. We have a few applications that are still out, so there are still some more to include here. However, we still have a personalized process. The teams are meeting with all students who had been reclassified in order to support them by applying for and earning the seals. So instead of kind of just going by the data, they look to see who had reclassified, and those would kind of be really our multilingual learners or everybody else who would have a chance to earn this seal. Nearly 400 students have earned the VUSD seal, and almost 300 students have earned the California State Seal of Biliteracy. Many of these students are in our dual language programs, and many are multilingual learners. And a big shout out to all of our support teachers, Carlos, Emily Bradvica at Ventura High School, Grace Elberg, Alberto Ortiz, Lorena Garcia, Geneva Bento, Greg Jordan, Margie Harper, and Melinda Atkins. Any questions about data?
I just was going to comment that every year we graduate, like 1,100, 1,200 students district-wide. I'm just dividing 14,000 by 13 grades. Anyway, but so to have 400 out of that, to have 400, almost a third of our students earn a biliterate seal is really incredible.
It is, yeah. I think that's the largest amount I think we've had in the past several years, yeah. Some more good news. Our 8th graders in our dual language programs at Anacapa and Data Middle Schools took the AP Language and Culture test. Taking this test allows them to learn about AP tests, acquire study skills, and strengthen friendships around academic endeavors. This opportunity demystifies the AP test for our students. Many of them who took the test last year will be the first-generation college goers and are multilingual learners. Taking the AP test helps them understand the system, and research shows that by taking one AP, students are more likely to take another one in high school. What's more is this exam allows students an opportunity to demonstrate their proficiency in reading, writing, speaking, and listening in Spanish. Another benefit to the test is the fact that a passing score of 3, 4, or 5 allows students to earn college credit. The number of students who are eligible depends on each college's policy, but they are beginning to earn college credit in 8th grade, which is very exciting for our students. Last year, 27 out of the 59 students who took the test, 34% of them who were native Spanish speakers, earned a passing score of 3 or higher. The scores highlighted in green in this table are passing scores. There is a 46% pass rate. This was the first time the AP test was administered to 8th graders in Ventura Unified, and we are proud of our students' efforts. This Thursday, 77 8th graders at Anacapa and 34 8th graders at Data are signed up to take the assessment. We are excited to see how they will do, and we want to say thank you especially to the teachers, Paolo Rodriguez, Rosa Solis at Anacapa, and Jaylene Jimenez at Data, administrators and proctors, for supporting these students at each of those sites to do their best this Thursday on the Spanish AP test.
This event is very dear to my heart, because not because I do it, but because I find it that families really connect. It's a time for where they can connect with their school and their staff. So what we do, we invite all the newcomers, the incoming 6th graders and 9th graders to all the middle schools and high schools. And the goal for us to have the onboarding is to build relationships and trust from the school and the families and the staff, provide essential information about programs, schedules, and student services, help families understand their rights and opportunities as ML families, reduce barriers related to language, technology, and access, and empower to participate in their children's education. So I love this. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Castro, directors. We'll talk about a little bit about the family participation in our amazing meetings and events that we had through this year. First, we're going to talk about DLAC. We had 8 meetings this year, 8 meetings. The attendance was 23 adults on average, plus their children. And DLAC is our district learner, English Learner Advisory Committee meetings. and they offer relevant presentations and topics that focus on academic success, such as the reclassification process, the disproportionality of Latino students in special education, A to G graduation requirements, the path to a college degree, etc. Next, the Mucho Más que Miércoles Spanish info meetings on Zoom. We had 7 meetings of those this year. The attendance was about 30 adults on average. Mucho Más que Miércoles was created at the onset of the pandemic, and its main goal is to build a strong, supportive community among our Spanish-speaking families and students, educating families about a variety of subjects, including technology, academic curriculum, community resources, and VUSD policies and procedures. Mucho Más que Miércoles has become the voice for our VUSD Spanish-speaking community. Now I give you, Senora.
Sorry, before you go, Rogelio, I just had a question. So with some of the staffing changes for next year, is there a plan for how to continue these, like things like Mucho Más que Miércoles?
Totally,
is there a
yes.
plan?
We will find a way to continue this because this is a beacon for our Spanish community. That's their voice. They really embrace, the community has embraced these meetings. They are there consistently. And so definitely we'll find a way to continue those meetings. Yeah.
I'm going to talk about family participation. Project to Inspire Series Spring 2025. We had 6 sessions. Attendance 10 adults and plus their children. Project to Inspire teaches parents how to successfully navigate the education system in the United States, promoting parent leadership so they can guide and train other parents in the future. Disciplina Positiva Series for 2024, we had 6 sessions, and the attendance was bigger, 32 adults on average, but, plus their children. Disciplina Positiva offers guidance, formal theory, and activities that promote a healthy dynamic within each family, focusing on positive reinforcement, effective parenting skills, and family unity.
And next we have our DLAC Posada celebration that we had at Sheridan Way this December 2024. The DLAC Posada has become a staple and cultural and community celebration. This past December, we included student mariachi band, student performances, dances, music, reading, and book signings by local authors. Also gifts, and of course, we have plenty of delicious and traditional holiday food. If you missed it out, you really missed out.
Okay, before I get into my presentation, I want to point it out to you one point that we kind of missed when we mentioned the need assessments. On number 4, it was what changes we would like to see in our classrooms, school district, and why. So the second answer, it was find ways to involve more parents in their children's education, like more support to teachers, such as giving parents the opportunity to volunteer in the classrooms. I remember back then, before the pandemic, that the parents used to have like the opportunity to volunteer more in the classrooms without so many
like the training or
yes,
all of those extra pieces that we've had to put in place after.
Exactly. So, so we know that the Ventura Unified District has you don't have like you don't have a lot of budget. So we were talking about ways that if you can find a way to give the parents the opportunity to volunteer again in the classroom, helping the teachers. We are not paraeducators, but we can be trained to help, and in that way you can save money, and we can help in the schools too. So that was kind of like one option that we want to bring up to you. in all the school levels. So thank you. And so on this one, I want to talk about the Dia de la Familia at the University of Channel Island. We had it in February. We had attendance, we have 13 families attended, and it was kind of like the total of 45, including children. And I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity that you guys are providing the parents to learn more about all the needs that all the requirements that are needed for our students to go to university when we don't have a clue. So that's how we are learning the process to get into to go into the university. And this year in particular, it was really nice that we had more workshops to attend, and we learned so many. Like the students there, they explained to us like how hard it is when a Hispanic community, a low-income Hispanic community, goes into university, and the struggles that they go through. So that's something that they are just kind of like letting us know that, you know, even though it's hard, our kids can do it, and we'll be there just to support them. So I just want to thank you so much for that opportunity.
Also, we went to the Ventura County's Office of Education to the Equity Conference on March 2025, and the attendance were 3 families, 13 attendees. And the Equity Conference equips parents, teachers, and administrators with valuable tools and resources to help promote equity and inclusion at all levels in education. I'm so grateful I went to the workshop because the teacher talked about different gender identity needs and how to make everyone feel welcome. So I really like that because I believe everyone needs to be themselves. Also, I was so excited that the authors of the books were there sharing their experiences on how to make a book, and they were signing the books. And also, I'm so grateful because when my oldest daughter was like 8, Carlos was his teacher. He was teaching my daughter English. So now she's a bilingual teacher. So I want to say that because DILAC has been forever here since Jennifer Robles and now Dr. Molina. And I think they have a great, great program. So they are doing a great job, and they are teaching us how to do Ventura better. So, and how to teach our kids to be professionals and to help others. So thank you so much.
And lastly, I would like to mention something new that we had this year. It's called the Internal Healing Series. It was the spring 2025. We have 4 sessions. The attendance was 28 adults, and 28 from the beginning to end. We didn't lose a single parent in this session. It was that popular. Internal Healing Sessions series focuses on mental and emotional self-care and well-being. Each session helps participants face and heal their personal wounds from the past, creating a stronger and more resilient self-identity capable of living a wholesome, fulfilling, and intentional present. I would like to recommend this program for next year because it was completely successful, even for myself. Just examining yourself, going to the past, looking at your wounds from the past, and heal them, or try to heal them, so you can you can live here in the present and live and enjoy life now. So that was a very successful presentation, a very successful series. Like I said, I recommend it for next year. Thank you very much.
So just
Questions?
thank you to the board, and thank you to our families for all of the support and all of their feedback, and just really being a part of the process to make sure that we provide the best education possible for their students and for our families in general. So thank you.
Any other questions and comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you all for coming and presenting tonight. It was very informative, and it will help us move forward to try to do better in the future. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. I know you all have given for many years so many hours of volunteering and participating. I know it helps your families, but it helps everyone's families also, so thank you for that. I did ask Dr. Castro, I would like to get a breakdown. I'm assuming most of these funds are being paid for out of the LCAP, so it would be great to know what we're spending and how we're using that more specifically. Especially as we go into tighter budgets, to know what those things look like. And then, again, I would like to see if we can figure out how to kind of close the loop on some of the specific questions that were asked, like parent volunteer access, making sure we're removing barriers, making sure that we are closing the loop on complaint or resolution of issues. And if we can get some follow-up on that and make sure that our site leaders understand kind of as well what we're sharing with parents, right? So we're not saying something that they don't know we're saying. And then lastly, it would be great to have a follow-up when you get the results of the AP exams to know how our kids did this year, because that's super special.
Yeah, I would also like to see more follow-up on some of those questions and concerns that the parents have. Listening to that at the committee, it was kind of heartbreaking to hear some of that. As a parent myself, you can't help but put your daughter's face on those kind of issues and those problems. So follow-up, I would like to see that come back, as an item, conference item, if it's anything, just to kind of follow up and see where we're at, because I think that's important, that we address their concerns. And I just got to tell you, this is one of the most engaged committees I've ever been a part of. I mean, every single person is allowed to speak, and they have such a unique perspective that I think a lot of folks miss. So it's one of the funnest committees I'm a part of. Even if I barely understand it, it's still wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The internal healing part answered the question that I have, because we know that our students deal with stuff as just being a student and being at that adolescent age, but whatever's going on in the world also comes into the school. So any tension that you see on the news or tension that you see politically goes into the schools as well. So I'm glad to hear that part, that we're taking that and identifying it and doing something to try to heal it. So thank you. And at this time, we're going to take our 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're back on item number 2, presentation of the at-risk reading difficulty screening recommendation.
Yes, and reintroducing Dr. Soledad Molina.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. This evening, we are going to talk about the consideration for the adoption of our K2 reading difficulties risk screener. Here's some background information. So this comes to us from the state, and the legislature finds and declares that screening pupils for risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia, is one of the many tools that educators can use to gain information about how to support our students' learning. This is the timeline that was given to us by the state, that school districts needed to implement a K2 reading difficulties screener. We received the approved screeners list in January and then went through a process in order to bring to you this evening a recommendation to adopt one of these screening instruments, which needs to be in place by the next school year. Here are some of the education codes that guide our work. The screener should not be used as a diagnostic assessment for eligibility for special education, nor used as a diagnosis for a learning disability or a high-stakes purpose like retention. It really should be a part of our instructional approach, used to guide individualized instruction, monitor progress, identify learning needs, and then support students, support conversations with parents and students about how to move forward and support students in the classroom. School districts must annually screen students in kindergarten, first, and second grade for risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia. Students who do not speak sufficient English must be screened in their primary language, and this is based on our locally determined criteria, and we have already started to work on just kind of a flow chart of what that looks like for students who have a primary language that's other than English. School boards must adopt a state-approved screener by June 30th, and then implementation begins in the fall of 25-26 school year. And we will also talk about when those screeners would be administered within the start of the school year.
Good evening. My name is Diana Bullard. I am a reading intervention teacher at Atlas School. So this is kind of my domain as far as working with students who would benefit from this screener. So on this slide, it basically chronicles the screener domains. And so what we're looking at is basically that the CDE released criteria for the curriculum developers. And so these screening domains include 5 key areas that are the hallmarks for students at risk of reading difficulties. They do overlap with the ELA and ELD framework domains, and so these are considered the foundational skills for reading development. On this slide, we're looking at the state-approved screeners, and so I'm reading off of the title. So we worked with, and these are the 4 programs that were approved for use right before winter break. We wanted to make sure that we kept within our timeline, as Dr. Molinar said. So we were looking at Amira, M-Class, the Rapid Online Assessment for Reading, ROAR, and also Multitudes. We did not move forward with ROAR because it did not have a screening available for kindergarten, and also it was only available in English. So the 3 that we looked at were listed on here in the first bullet: Amira, Amplify, and Multitudes. And so from the previous 4, we selected these 3 programs to pilot. I was part of that pilot. I was one of the teachers that integrated that into the classroom. And with all of them, the state did not require the pilot, but for our in-house experience, we decided to move forward with it. The pilot team formed in February. We participated in training for the platforms. We implemented the screeners, and we were able to provide some really positive feedback. So this is the adoption committee. With that, we had, I was included, like I said, in the pilot teachers. We had the literacy committee that provided input, and then we had district support. I did want to note that for two of them, Amira and Amplify, they did provide full access to their programs, and so it was beneficial for us to have kind of a more thorough overview as far as the reporting, the testing data. With Multitudes, there was just limited reports that we were able to observe, but we felt that we really were able to get an authentic experience during that pilot program.
Hi, I'm Annie Buck. I'm the elementary TOSA, and we took a look at these evaluation considerations. They came from the State Adoption Toolkit through the California County Superintendents. And so we looked at these 6 areas when evaluating each of the 3 screeners that we were using. So with Amira, the teachers reported they really liked the ease of administration. They noticed it felt more like a program kids were using online instead of an assessment. It was AI-based. It can be given small group, whole class. It doesn't need one-on-one like the other screeners do. It was also a reasonable amount of time. They didn't feel like it really impacted their instruction time, but it gave good results. There are a ton of reports. They would like more training in the reports to really narrow down how that can help in their instruction. And so we're looking at just their strengths and considerations for each. With Amplify M-Class, it's through DIBELS 8. DIBELS has been around for a really long time. Many of our teachers have used it with paper and pencil. So they liked that. The reports were really clear. They had a lot of follow-up activities, but the online component of recording scores was really cumbersome. It took a long time. It was by far our longest screener per child. It has to be given one-on-one in a calm, quiet setting. So that was something that they were really not in favor of. And then UCSF put out Multitudes. It was a really easy administration, but again, it was limited. It didn't have the adaptive features that it would in a real setting. So that's something that limited what we did. The teachers liked it because it was engaging. The kids bought in. They had fun characters. You can tell they really took children in mind while they were developing the screener. It, again, is also proctored one-on-one. And some of the fonts were confusing. They used a lot of our typewriter fonts. It's hard for kindergarten and first grade students to connect with. The reports were really limited, and some of the Spanish vocabulary wasn't matching what we noticed in our local area. So that skewed some of our results. So overall, we had the literacy committee participate in different professional developments with them, and then they ranked in the pilot teachers also. Amira was the first choice in both committees. Multitudes was the second choice in both committees, and DIBELS was the third choice. So it was pretty consistent among all the groups.
Sorry, and before you go, Karen, I did have a question on the previous slide. It seemed like the results from the pilot teachers were
Yes.
Unlike with literacy committees that had a clear favorite, the teachers who actually piloted, I'm assuming all 3?
All 4.
Or all 4? I thought we only piloted 3 types.
Oh, sorry, 3 screeners, but 4.
Yeah. So the teachers that piloted all 3 types were evenly split amongst which their favorites were?
No, they all picked Amira as their favorite. So there's 4 teachers that participated for the pilots. So all 4 of them picked Amira as number 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bar graph is confusing. Okay,
Sorry.
So they all chose Amira as first, Multitudes as second, and then Amplify as their third. Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Karen Hoost. I'm principal at Montalvo Dual Language, one of the sites that was involved in the pilot, and I'm also on the literacy committee. As you can see, both through the literacy committee and the pilot, the recommended screener was Amira. The reason was this program was the clear favorite for student engagement, administration ease, and actionable reports. The estimated cost for the screener, fortunately part of the Senate bill, was an appropriated $25 million to train educators to administer the literacy screenings to pupils throughout all the required grades, which worked out to be approximately $21.16 per student in VUSD, which we received in January. The cost of Amira's professional development package that we would be purchasing is $20 per student. So it is covered by those funds, and that provides the assessment itself, tutoring licenses, which is an extension of the program that allows students to receive tutoring and activities that target their weaker areas, and then teacher training, ongoing professional development for the educators who will be administering and responding to the results of the test. Ongoing K through 2 assessment licenses for future years would cost approximately $499 per student, which would be about $13,000 a year for our current demographics. It seems as if there may be some more state monies coming, at least for a few years, to help cover that cost as well. So the next question, of course, that everyone will have is, what do we do with these screeners, right? What do we do with this information? So if you're familiar with our system that we call multi-tiered system of supports, we have a structured response to all sorts of difficulties, assessment results, et cetera, so we can be strategic in how we work with kids. Tier 1, which is at the bottom there, which is sort of universal, right? It happens in the classroom, it is differentiated, but it's hitting a larger group of kids. This is Tier 1 reading support. So these are kids that perhaps got back. There's some risk of reading difficulty indicated on their assessment screener. Their classroom teacher is going to respond to that in the classroom. The classroom teacher is going to be working with the speech and language pathologists, intervention teachers, principals to address the targeted areas that have come up in the reading screener. The instruction will happen with research-based materials, including Sunday Essentials and California Reading and Literature Project routines, which we already have as part of our literacy curriculum. All our teachers have already been trained in it. Our classrooms have been outfitted, so that is ready to go and waiting as part of this system. And then in addition, we would also have the Amira Target lessons, that part of that tutoring package that came with this year's purchase. Those students would be progress monitored using the Amira tool itself, our basic phonics skills test, which is part of the California Reading and Literature Project training that we've gone through, and then also phonological awareness tests in 6 to 8 week cycles to make sure that they're meeting their growth targets. Students are meeting it, fabulous, we're great, we go back into sort of like the larger instructional grouping. If they're not, then they're considered for Tier 2. These are kids who are flagged at risk on reading on the screener. They may be scoring in the lowest 20th percentile or below in their MAP growth reading, because we never use just one piece of assessment data to make major decisions about a student's instructional plan, right? So we're looking at some different things. We've decided these students need more targeted, more strategic, and there are fewer of them, right, intervention. So this is where intervention teachers come in, speech and language pathologists, specially trained paraeducators, and they're providing the intervention in a small group setting, either within the classroom or perhaps in a pull-out program in the intervention room. They're using the same Sunday systems, different pieces of that program for a more strategic, but the same systems, CRLP routines, and Amira providing structured literacy instruction to target those flagged areas on the risk screener. Students' progress is monitored with the same tools, the BPST, the CRLP phonological awareness test in 6 to 8 week cycles. Students meet their target growth, wonderful. They're funneled back to Tier 1 and we continue. If they don't, they would be recommended for a student success team meeting. This is another structure we already have in place that involves administrators, teachers, parents, intervention teachers, specialists to come together and meet and make a plan to meet the child's needs. At that SST meeting, you would make a plan. Do we do another round of Tier 2? Maybe based on these factors, that makes the most sense for this child at this time, or perhaps it's time to go to Tier 3. And that would be documented in the SST meeting notes, and it would describe the increased intensity and frequency of those strategies. It would involve, again, teachers, classroom teachers, intervention teachers, speech and language pathologists. Parents are always part of an SST and giving input and hopefully supporting at home, doing all those things that we know increase the likelihood that a student's going to respond to that intervention. And then those groups are also fewer children and increased frequency. All right, so that's kind of the response plan that we have to students who indicate a risk of reading difficulty.
And then we have our next step. So this month and in June, we're going to be preparing our district materials. So we have alternative pathways for students who don't speak English or Spanish. We're ordering our materials for the screener themselves and beginning the technology setup because it goes through ClassLink for our teachers to administer. In August, we'll have in-service teacher training days for teachers to learn how to use the screener and for reports. And then we'll give it in the fall, the recommendations after the first 6 to 8 weeks of instruction, especially with kindergarten after that time period, so they have some instructional time. And then just providing ongoing support through our regular grade level collaboration meetings throughout the school year. Mm-hmm. Do we have any questions? Any? No?
Yes, I have a question. Are we training all of our K-2 teachers and expecting them to administer to their own students, or are we providing somebody to administer it for them?
The recommendation is for classroom teachers to administer it. We can have support personnel as well, but the plan is to train all the K-2 teachers. Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, when teachers administer it, are they given extra time? Is there some kind of time during the day that this is screened, or is this embedded in curriculum? How is this?
Embedded in the day, just like we do our MAP testing, it would be
so
embedded in the day.
And it's separate from MAP?
Yes, it's separate.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so it's just an,
Trustee Forsythe, I want to address that separateness from MAP, and Dr. Molinar, maybe you can address this. So I think one of the questions that might naturally come up is, well, we have our MAP assessments, and now we're adding this assessment. Is there some parallels or some overlap to the point where why aren't we just using the MAP assessment? Well, it wasn't one of the state options. And so can you talk a little bit about what we see in the future for that?
So this screener would take the place of, and we still have to discuss this with our literacy committee, which is tomorrow, is what are just some kind of negotiables as far as what we could give up where we already have this kind of data in place. So it would look at possibly not utilizing our BPST as far as that screener. We would use Amira. We wouldn't have the irregular word list at the kindergarten level. We could use the information from Amira. And then the other was the phonological awareness assessment. We would get that information from Amira. In addition, we wouldn't necessarily need to administer MAP reading fluency at K and first grade because we would get the same type of information from this screener if we were to administer it 3 times a year in place of that MAP reading fluency. We would still want to keep second grade in place with MAP reading fluency because we want to have that continuity of data to be able to show are our students reading by 3rd grade. Then the following year, we would most likely be able to take off that MAP reading fluency at the 2nd grade and then still have that continuity of data, are our students reading by 3rd grade using the Samira screener.
So when in the year do you typically administer this screener?
So go ahead. It's after the first 6 to 8 weeks, but if we want to do it 3 times a year, we can follow our MAP windows. But what we're doing now.
Would that be a choice of the teacher, or would that be something?
It'd be a district decision. Mm-hmm.
A district decision in conjunction with our teachers. So that's how we'll talk about it with our literacy committee tomorrow. What that would look like, the purpose of administering it 3 times, why would we just do it just 1 time and then not be able to see that growth over the year and then use a totally different assessment for the remainder of the year? So,
what have we done to prepare our teachers for this change coming?
Go ahead.
Just from a site perspective, I've been talking with the K first and second teachers, explaining the bill, right, and explaining the necessity of doing it and what the pilot. Our site was fortunate enough to pilot, so I think there's a real, they're all talking about it, they know about it, but just bringing it up in staff meetings and speaking with staff. And we've talked about it at principal meetings as well to make sure everyone's up to date on it.
And in our grade level collaborations, we just had them with kinder, first and second, and it was reviewed in all 3 of those.
Mm-hmm. So where does this data live? Because I don't know, does MAP integrate now with Aries? Will it be all in the same system? Or when a teacher's looking at it, where is it? Are they logging in specifically to different places to see all of this different data? And then how is it integrated in terms of, like, for the student record?
So MAP reports, we can go directly into NWEA MAP and find those reports there. However, the MAP scores are also uploaded into Elevation, they're uploaded into Q. So there are portals where they can go and find all kinds of student information that has all of the assessments in there. We haven't really talked about as far as where AMIRA data would go, how it's provided, where do we look at it, or where would we upload it beyond just the reports we would see on here. We're kind of waiting for that approved recommendation first, and then be able to move forward.
Would you be sharing that data with the parent during this parent teaching? Okay. And it would be easy to describe the data and easy to read graphs and all that, kind of like MAP.
So yeah, just like we share our MAP data at our parent conferences and use that for discussion, because this would essentially possibly take place of MAP reading fluency, we would want to make sure that we provide this piece of the report as well as to give a picture of how students are reading and what are the areas to support in, if there are possible flags, and then how we are going to respond.
It's also part of the language of the bill to have letters. So all three of the companies have pre-formed letters that we can adapt to our district. And
this is very important, and I speak from experience because, well, I hope my brother's not watching because I'm gonna say he was really bright, and I don't want him to hear that. But I can't remember if it was second or third grade. But so at home we used to get assigned book reports through our mom, and my brother was really bright in math. And so he kind of skirted through the cracks because what he was doing, instead of reading the book, he was doing it by the pictures. And so until he was doing a book report at home, describing, he read the book by the pictures, which the pictures had nothing kind of do with what the words were. And that's how, we found out. And it was really tough to get my mom to have him screened. Like, she had to go to the school a whole bunch of times. And if she wouldn't have found it that early, it could have, caused a lot of problems. And now, he's a director out of college now, but I could see if that wasn't caught that early, like, his life could have been totally different when it came to that literacy part. So this is super important to catch it early because I won't say it's an easy fix, but it's fixable when you catch it early. So I'm 100% on board with this because I've seen how it works when you catch it early.
And I know we talked a little bit about just what are those indicators for us to be able to provide that Tier 2 and Tier 3 support using MAP growth data and MAP fluency data. But I feel like this information from AMIRA gives us just another layer of what are those flags for us and how can we respond in a different way than we normally do with the other data. I don't know if you want to share a little bit just based in our pilot, the number of flags that you might see.
yeah, we were actually really surprised because we did do many of our intervention groups, and not all of our intervention students were flagged. It was maybe 20 to 30%, depending on the group, that were flagged for a risk of reading difficulty. So it was surprising to us, but it also helped us delineate through the initial categories where they really needed targeted support. Mm-hmm.
I just really like the dyslexia piece. I find that's something that, as a classroom teacher, it's really hard to kind of hone in on that piece. So I'm excited to see that that's part of this program.
All right. Thank you very much.
We do have public comment on this particular item.
Okay.
Kate Vowles? Or Katie, I apologize. 1 second, I'll bring up the timer.
Hello. Oh, hello. I'm Katie Vowles. I came just to make sure I could be here for this presentation. I'm a parent of 3 students at Ventura Unified. I'm the outgoing PTA president at Will Rogers Elementary. I'd like to thank you for the research you've done to adopt an at-risk reading screener and have a follow-up remediation for those children who are identified as at risk. 10 to 20% of people are dyslexic thinkers, yet all learners can benefit from a structured literacy approach. This is close to my heart, as I have two of my children are dyslexic, so I love hearing the stories of other board members. With private, direct, one-on-one structured literacy instruction, my oldest child's love of reading and stories was preserved, and we got to actually see her take part in the county Battle of the Books Day at the middle school level, which my parents were there and they saw her story the whole way, so they were like, oh my God, like it was just a real full circle moment. I recognize that every child has a family with the resources that can take to remediate reading skills for dyslexic students one-on-one. It's important to build this structured literacy into the classroom setting to build the best foundations for students who are at risk for reading difficulties. I thank the board for taking literacy rates seriously and ask that there are standards across the district to support those found at risk for reading difficulties. I'd like to see that there's a clear road for remediation that is based on the science of reading, which has decades of research behind it and benefits every child. Thank you.
Okay, our item number 3 is ELOP.
President Peterson, I believe we need it to be an adoption formally, or no?
It's a conference item, so
okay, so
we're good. This is, the recommendation was this, and that's the direction that we'll go.
Oh, okay.
Because we don't need action on this, right? Are we adopting? If we're adopting curriculum, it'll just need to come back for the adoption.
Yeah, it
Right.
doesn't not necessarily an adoption, but I guess an
Right.
approval by the board that this is going to be our district approved
Then
screener.
we'll need to bring it back for action.
For an adoption.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I'm assuming is Dr. Dawes.
Yes, introducing Dr. Laurel Dawes, Director of Expanded Learning. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Dr. Castro, President Peterson, everyone. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Sonia Lopez Mercado, our Assistant Director of Expanded Learning. And we have a presentation this evening. Sure, thanks. Because there's one sneaky animation that'll get you. As you know, currently we have quality expanded learning programs for all of our elementary and middle school sites. We run them at all of these locations, and we work with our partners at the City of Ventura for 6 sites, as well as there are 7 sites where we partner with other agencies for our TK and Kinder programs. These have a variety of funding sources, beginning with PEAK, which was started in 2002. It was a donation that has generously been given every year since then by an anonymous private donor in our community who understands the value of quality after-school programs. Beginning in 2012, we began receiving ACES grants, or After-School Enrichment and Safety. We've been increasing our number of grants of those types over the years. And then in 2022 was really when these programs took off with the expansion of Expanded Learning Opportunities Programs, or ELOP. And you can see that we've put them all under the umbrella of expanded learning. There's also Assets, which is our high school program. But for today's conversation, we're really talking about our TK through 8th grade programs. And I'm going to use a term that I know the board knows and cabinet, but for the sake of the public, unduplicated pupils. Unduplicated pupils refer to those who are low income, homeless, or foster youth, or who are identified as English learners. So that term will come up throughout this presentation. One thing I would like to hover on right here is that these programs have grown over the years because the legislature understands the research showing the quality expanded learning programs increase academic growth and improve attendance, and they help with kids' social skills. And these result in higher grades and graduation rates for older students, which then turn into higher educational attainment, higher earnings, and healthier choices in adulthood, which have actually been shown to have fewer police incidences compared to their peers who do not participate in expanded learning. So the research is there showing the value. wanted to delve into the funding sources. That seems to be the most popular topic in our board meetings this season. ACES is a California state grant. We apply for it or reapply for it every 3 years. It's currently funded at these schools: Atlas, Elmhurst, E.P. Foster, Lemon Grove, Lincoln, Montalvo, Sheridan Way, Sunset, and Will Rogers in grades 1 through 5. It's also funded at Anacapa and Data in grades 6 through 8. All students in those grade levels at those schools are invited to participate in ACES because that's the way we've written our program plan, and that's how it's been for a number of years since each program was developed. And of those, 78% are unduplicated, or UP, pupils. The way that we are funded for those is $10.18 per student per day. The initial funding, when we get the grant, is based on 110 students participating every day in middle schools and 83.3 students in elementary schools. I've never understood that 0.3. It really seems unfortunate for the 0.7 of a student who's missing out. But so we always round it to 84. But nevertheless, that is the funding level for daily attendance on an ongoing basis. It doesn't matter if it's rainy. It doesn't matter if there's a flu season going around. We need that much attendance or higher. And if we have lower than that, we get cut for our future funding. And so we have experienced those cuts at some sites in many years since 2012. And this year we experienced some funding. Ironically, one of the sites where we lost funding years ago, we now have one of our highest participations. So we have about 120 students every day, but we're only funded for 20 students. This year, we're still building at a program, and we have a couple of issues at other programs that have led to under 84 or under 110. And so as a result, we're losing $352,000 in ACES funding for the coming school year. In contrast, ELOP is funded entirely differently. It is based on apportionment. So it's based on the number of unduplicated pupils in the school district. And since its inception, there have been 2 different levels of funding statewide. The districts, they have what they call Rate 1 and Rate 2. And the districts in Rate 1 are funded at, currently this year, $2,750 per pupil, per unduplicated pupil. It was $2,800. It's always right around that figure. They fund the they fund the Rate 1 districts first and then use the remainder to fund the Rate 2 districts. So districts that have less than 75% of unduplicated pupils receive $1,580 per unduplicated pupil for the year. The significant difference is that in Rate 1 districts, they must serve every student who requests access to the program. In Rate 2 districts, they need to serve all the unduplicated pupils who request the program and then provide space for additional not unduplicated pupils if the capacity allows. So we have been in Rate 2 since the inception because we have about 60% unduplicated pupils, and we anticipate it staying approximately the same. But in January of this year, Governor Newsom proposed an expansion to the ELOP program by changing that cutoff point from 75% down to 55%. And so he offered this in the budget proposal in January. It went to the Assembly in February, and it gained traction. It went to the Senate in March, and it continued to gain more traction. I think we'll know for sure when the May revise comes out in a few days. And then we're anticipating full funding in June this year. As recently as last week at our Region 8 meeting, because we have regional meetings every month where the directors and assistant directors of all the expanded learning programs meet, and we meet with our state leaders. Michael Funk is the director of expanded learning in California, and he assured us that he's sure that this funding change will go through. He was remarkably confident about it. He said it's not only in the public venues where he's been having these discussions, but also with the one-on-one discussions with legislators in the hallways or before or after meetings, those kinds of informal conversations. He said that the support for expanded learning programs in California is quite strong, and it's at all layers of government. It's not just the governor. It's also Assembly and Senate deep. So in expanded learning, we are driven by the quality standards for expanded learning. There are 12 of them, and as you can see, the first 6 relate to the point of service quality standards. These are typically the ones you would notice at the site as a family member or a staff member. Things like building a safe and supportive environment, active and engaged learning, skill building, things like that. Those may sound similar to the standards that you see during the school day. And there's a reason for that. I mean, they're meant to spiral up through the expansion of the school day into expanded learning. The quality standards number 7 through 12 really have to do with the programmatic standards and how programs are managed. And so it's important that these are addressed as well. We focus on all of these, but primarily 1 through 6 when we're working with our TOSAs in our professional development that occurs frequently throughout the school year. And well, professional development and I had more I was going to say about this, but I think you get the point. I think one of the underlying points about this is that expanded learning really is a big academic lever that has been underutilized for years, and this is kind of showing that we have the opportunity to help our schools and district achieve district goals, school goals. And what we're going to be discussing today really has to do with the program management and the sustainability components of this. As we've been evolving through our years, whoops, sorry, not supposed to touch that, we started in the building model, and then we worked on developing more access for students and families. And then we kind of refined our instructional practices and our teaching and learning. And so what we'd like to focus on right now is the sustainability piece. And this comes directly out of the 12th standard, which is that we are allowed to introduce fee-based participation for non-unduplicated pupils. That's true in rate 1 or rate 2. Okay. And we are proposing introducing the allowable fee-based access to expanded learning programming in order to maintain a diversity of funding sources. We already have the 3 funding sources. We're looking at knowing that we have to expand to all pupils to be able to balance and manage the ongoing expenses and income with that.
Wait, I had a question about that. When you're saying more funding sources, is just to make sure that, like say Governor Newsom goes off to run for some other office.
Right.
Is that so that it stays that we have funds, even if like the funding source that starts it and someone else comes in and say we need to move this money somewhere else? Are you saying that we need to find funding sources to keep it sustainable, so even if we lose what the legislature is doing right now, we would still be able to maintain it?
Yes. Yes, that's a part of it. And it gives us a little bit more control over because the state funding goes up or down annually. It's a little bit unpredictable until, well, like right now, we don't even know what our funding is for the next year. We won't know until June. And so this would give us a little bit more predictability of the funding. So we have up until now provided ACES and ELOP for free for all students, and we intend to always provide free programs for all of our unduplicated pupils. It's both our core mission and it's what's written into the law, so those fit nicely together. All districts are allowed to charge non-unduplicated pupils on a sliding scale. It's left up to the local decision-making to decide exactly what that looks like. We have been researching several districts, particularly in our Tri-Counties area, but across the state as well. And of the 19 that we've looked at that have similarities to Ventura Unified for various reasons, there's 9 of them that are currently charging. And we gleaned a lot of valuable information through this process that includes things that we will probably be adding anyway, just as we continue to evolve and expand. Things like parent handbooks and different processes for charging, and that is a new realm. It would be a new realm in our department if we were to go there.
So a quick question. In this fee-based participation, I know with expanded learning, if there's 20 kids, right, you get a program, right? You get a teacher, you get, that so essentially self-funds that unit. Let's just say 20 kids or so.
Right.
What if it was 25 in the fee base? So those 5 kids will have to wait until we get a maximum in order to get another teacher? Or how would that work with kind of like the current system?
Good question. So there's a little difference in what you stated at the beginning and what we do now. So if we have, for example, 7 students, we staff it at the rate of 20. So if we have 7 unduplicated pupils, we still run the program, but we staff it at the rate, because the ratio is 20-to-1 in grades 1 through 8. It's 10-to-1 in grades TK through K.
Okay.
So let's say we're only talking about grades 1 through 5 or 1 through 6.
Sure.
We would staff that at 20-to-1. And once we get to about the end of September, beginning of October, we then open it up to the non-unduplicated families to allow it to go up to about 18 students. We still reserve about 2 spaces for the non-unduplicated pupils who might be moving into the school or the neighborhood. So we don't want to get right to that 20, because once we get into 21, then we need an additional staff member that we staff up to 40.
And that's currently how it is. The system
Correct.
is currently. So
That's
how
how
would
it is
that look
now.
with the fee base?
We would have to work that out, but I would envision it being similar. That we would go through our annual process of having families sign up via the interest form in April. Every April, we have them fill out an interest form. Yes, we're interested for our child, or no, we're not. And then right now, we evaluate if they're unduplicated or not. And based on all these myriad of rules that we have going on based on ACES and ELOP and everything, we either send them registration packets, or we send them something that says, we're going to wait until we see how full the programs are. So we staff it up to the 20 benchmarks.
So
20,
even
40, 60,
with
80.
the fee base, you'll still have to wait 6 weeks?
No, with the
possibly.
fee-based, we would be able to predict, and we would staff
Okay.
up for that at the beginning.
Because that was the issue many parents were facing, was that 6-week period of, what am I going to do?
Indeed. Yeah.
Well, how, until, I could figure out where my child can go. So
Right.
thank you for clarifying.
It's frequent that I get phone calls from
Yes.
families that have that very understandable concern.
Understood.
Well, so just, go ahead. Go ahead.
How many students are we currently serving through ELOP?
1,667 or 1,670, let's say.
And we get, by my rough calculation, 13.7 million annually?
That was when we had carryover funds. This year was 6.1 million for ELOP, plus 1.5 million for ACES, and 300,000 for PEAK.
So, sorry, give me that number again.
6.1 for ELOP, 1.5 for ACES, and 300,000 for PEAK. And that's a year by year. We'd never really know if we're going to get that. I don't want to count on it and get.
But I thought our allocation is based on the total number of unduplicated pupils in our district. So with 14,500 and roughly 60% unduplicated.
In grades TK through 6.
Oh, it's only TK through 6.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
And if we expand this to go to fee base, how many students do you think we'll be serving?
I think we might add some in some locations, and I think we might lose some in others. I would expect a modest addition of students, but I don't have an exact number. We would want to work with our various partners to continue to engage them in ways that we might expand our district's vision and mission through this process of expanding and offering fees. So as these programs continue to evolve, we've grown from the building phase to increase accessibility, and the next iteration would be to increase the stability of revenue, I think. So that would be through implementing a fee-based program for non-unduplicated pupils at elementary sites, using a sliding scale to determine the charge. Fees would be collected through the Expanded Learning Office at the ESC. We would like it to remain anonymous at the sites as far as who's paying and who's not. So the kids would be integrated fully. They would see the same program at the site level. The site staff and families would not know unless the family's told, but we would not disclose who's paying and who's not paying. So we would have a person here overseeing all of that.
So how would you be determining that sliding scale? Is that something based off of enrollment or?
I think we would look at the free and reduced price lunch scales that come out every year that say if a family of 2 earns this amount or a family of 3 earns this amount, 4, 5, 6, 7, they already have it. If they earn a certain amount of money, they would qualify for free meals. If they earn a little bit more, they would qualify for reduced price meals. We know that those families are always going to receive free ELOP. But if we were to benchmark that and say, let's say, like Goleta does, double the reduced price levels, that's their reduced price ELOP. We could do double, we could do 1.75, 2.25. I'm not quite sure exactly what it would be. But that way, every year as the government releases those numbers and they modify slightly, we could modify our sliding scale accordingly so that it's still in ratio with that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Laurel, you mentioned that ACES funding would be reduced about $300,000. So currently we get $1.5 million. Next year we would be approximately $1.2 million.
That's right. And that's the anticipated amount ongoing, right? Mm-hmm. So the capacity would still depend somewhat on staffing and facilities. That's just the nature of all programs. But what is our intention with this? Basically based on the upcoming mandates that we're expecting to take effect both next week and then officially at the end of June, the funding changes and the standards, we would really like to explore various partnerships to advance our shared goals. And I would like to entertain any questions or concerns that you have so that we can consider those and address those and meet the needs of the district. Okay.
Question?
Yeah, with our partners now that are already, how soon are we going to have some type of answers for them so they can do their planning that they need to do?
I think it would have to come after we have answers for our own program because we need to know our own funding and the willingness to move forward in these types of funding proposals.
And Dr. Dawes, I'll just interject to be really direct. Yes, absolutely what she said. Dr. Dawes also talked about the fact that we're already behind schedule. We need to get confirmation from the state about what our actual budget is, what those are confirmed. The other part will be when we anticipate that those dollars hitting our budget. There's some other variables too, but we need to know, first of all, that what's in the budget. We have an anticipation of what that would be, but as soon as we know confirmed what these things are, then we move into our engagement strategies and processes.
I think I just want to add to President Peterson's, you mentioned the possibility of additional revenue sources. I just want to be clear that I don't, yes, there is a potential of, building revenue, but it's not $6 million worth. We get about, we have no idea if our ACES program will be reduced in funding as different, branches of government change power. There may be a shift in legislation, but there's no way for us to predict that. So, I can't say for certain that for now, what we know is that this funding is ongoing, but if it's reduced later, there's no way for us to tell you that right now.
Is money that's brought in from paying families still restricted the way that ELOP funds are?
Go ahead.
Yes, it would go into the ELOP fund, and so it would be restricted in the same ways, yes. Our goal would not be to make money, it's to not lose money.
An additional caveat is, yes, we're not trying to make money, we're not trying to lose money, but the mandate under rate 1 is also different in that although we get a higher ratio per student, we also need to expand the ability to serve all students. Right.
That's what I was just going to say. I would just like to understand, and I'll start by saying I had both of my children at Poinsettia, and the only reason why that worked for us was because we had the Y on campus. As a working mom, and we don't have any family in the area, we had to have on-site care. So currently, we do not offer ELOP or ACEs at all of our elementaries. Is that correct?
We offer it for all of our elementaries. There's 2 where we transport. We transport from Loma Vista to Poinsettia, and then the parents pick up from Poinsettia. And we also transport from Pierpont to Mound, and the Pierpont families pick up at Mound. So we provide the program for all schools, but we only have the program at 15 of the 17 elementaries.
Okay, then follow up. How many of our elementary campuses are covered by like non-VUSD, like the Y and the other
Good
programs?
question. 14 out of the 17 have either YMCA, Catalyst Kids, or LPCC.
So when you say work with the partners, is that who you're talking about working with?
Yes.
When you say, so is this would this be more like a merger deal or we take over deal or what?
I mean, we have the capacity to run these programs ourselves, but we would want to have discussions to see what might be the wisest thing to do fiscally, programmatically. Ultimately, we want to meet the vision and mission and purpose of the school district, which is to expand the learning beyond the school day and do it through project-based, really hands-on, creative ways. And we have the capacity to do that.
And President Peterson, I want to emphasize that our mission, the state's mandate, and our mission to use the time after school as an extension of the school day. These are expanded instructional minutes, and again, as Dr. Doss said earlier, it is the state's vision is that this is after-school time is the biggest unused lever in intervening and supporting students' academic outcomes available to us. And so us being moved into rate 1 is really a doubling down on that vision and mission that we are extending the school day. All of the work that the ELOP TOSAs do to design and extend lessons based on what's happening during the school day so it continues into the afternoon to affect educational outcomes. So we understand the importance for parents and extended care throughout the day, but our mission and our mandate from the state is about extending the instructional day for students.
Yeah, that was kind of going toward my second question, because anything that we can do to benefit our students, I'm for. I just want to make sure that if we're doing something to benefit our students that we feel will benefit our students, is that it's sustainable through us, because this is, frankly, it's just going into another business model, right? We're a school district and we're saying, hey, this model should help our students. I just want to make sure we do our due diligence to make sure that it's sustainable, instead of, having parents say, okay, the school district is doing it now. I can send my students here, and then in 2-3 years we figure out, it's not working out the way. So I just want to make sure that we do our due diligence, because I'm sure before I even knew we were doing this, that the board was engaged about this happening, right? So we were engaged before we knew this is the direction, that we were going. So there's people worried about a lot of different things, whether it's parents, whether it's our business partners. I just want to make sure that whatever model we start, I don't know if we're starting all 100%, are we starting 75% or 50%? I just want to make sure that we put in some thought to make sure that we make sure it's sustainable, so that all of a sudden, if a funding source we lose, that it doesn't really hurt our parents, especially the people that are used to paying that discounted rate. And then we lose our funding service and say, I'm sorry, you can't use this anymore, and now you got to go pay double the rate somewhere else. So I really want to make sure we take the time and care and really think about the process on how we lay it out.
And if I could just add there, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I can wait. Go ahead. Before we leave the topic of partners, Dr. Dawes, I was hoping that you could talk about like the evolution of the program, because our current partners are not the same as our past partners, are not potentially the same as like future partners, and part of that evolution has to do with like how we would approach contracts at each of these intervals. So if you can just walk us through like when we were pre-implementation, we're now kind of like implementation, but now we're starting a new implementation cycle. So what will our future partners, what are the expectations that those future partners will need from them?
Sure. So, I mean, the program has been going for over 20 years, and I've really only been involved with it for 3. So I am gleaning what I've heard from reading history and talking to colleagues and things. And for a number of years, up until the 20-teens, we were entirely contracting out all of these services. And we were found to be hugely out of compliance. This is an audited program. We get audited every single year. And so the district went through a large RFP process and invited any community partner in the community to submit through this RFP process. And it was quite extensive. And at that time, some of the partners were selected, including the City of Ventura, who we still work with, the YMCA that we still work with, and Catalyst Kids that we work with. And those partners have continued through the pandemic, and then now, and then as we have developed more of our own, to the point where now we are operating 23 sites. So we've grown quite a lot during that time. Of that 2022 to 2025 timeframe, we've expanded quite a lot. And during that time, really focused on quality programming. That's been our emphasis for these past few years, through the growth and through the progress and everything. If we were to take this next step, I think it would involve like a reconsideration of community partners to see who aligns with our district's vision, mission, purpose, with the expanded learning that goes on. It's different than childcare, and we want to address that. So we want to focus on the expanded learning standards and principles and the quality that we expect. And I think that there are others that certainly can do it. This is not unique to us, but I would like to go through a process to find out who those people would be moving forward. Likely to be many of the same, I would think.
So, as you might imagine, I have a ton of questions.
Never.
I was just waiting because we usually go in order, but so first, I wanted to see if you could highlight the difference between what you just described as childcare and the type of programming that's required per the state's mandate for ELOP.
I could describe some of it. I'm certainly not the expert on licensed childcare. That would be our licensed childcare providers. But I can speak to the quality standards that do drive us, and we have layers of support and layers of accountability for that. And so we have the State Department of Expanded Learning. We have regional meetings where we have professional development and collaboration frequently through that. Then we have the district support and the nearby districts that we work with as well. On the licensed side, I know there's a huge focus on safety, and there's a focus on licensure requirements, which are extensive. Both groups have requirements for their staffing. On the expanded learning side, it has to be paraeducator level qualified, which has to do with the either early childhood education units or an associate's or a bachelor's degree or passing a test. And then we have our after-school paras have a 183-day contract, which is 3 days longer than the school year, so that we have 3 full days of required PD. And then we also offer a few days of optional PD throughout the year as well. I know that there's a little bit more variety in the quality, or the qualifications rather, of the staff at other programs, and things like rates of pay and everything vary across the programs.
Actually, well, I was going to ask, like, sure. Can you just, because I think it seemed like one of the references was to like what happens during the time of after-school care. So are there specific requirements that we have from the state so that if we were going to partner with one of our existing partners, for instance, I was on this board when our partnership with Boys and Girls Club collapsed over a lack of their compliance with our requirements from the state, right? So what would be those differences that we would need in a partner if, in terms of like the minutes and curriculum, et cetera?
Sure. There are three huge areas that expanded learning programs all have to address. Academic support, first and foremost, and that ties in directly with the school and the relationships that we have with the schools. So it's more than just doing homework, it's also helping kids with their early literacy, with their math skills, through project-based learning experiences, really. So the academic support, they need some daily structured physical fitness. We primarily use the Spark curriculum, although we also bring in specific coaches for things like field hockey or flag football or soccer. We take kids to swimming lessons, teach bike riding, all those different things. So that will take the place of Spark on those days when those things are occurring. They also have to have enrichment. And enrichment, we have monthly thematic units. So we have multiple kinds of enrichment. One of them are these monthly thematic units. And our TOSAs have written 3 years worth of monthly thematic units. So they have primary grades, year 1, 2, and 3, and then upper grades, years 1, 2, and 3. So even though those themes cycle, a child would see the same thing in, let's say, October of first grade, they would see the same theme in October of fourth grade, but they're different activities. So it spirals, but with two different sets of activities. Likewise, we have 2 sets of enrichment for our TK and Kinder programs, and those alternate year by year. So year A, year B, year A, year B. And so kids are getting practice with their letters, their numbers, their fine motor skills, gross motor skills, and those are weekly enrichment units as opposed to the elementary grades are monthly. We also provide Leader in Me. All of our TOSAs have become Leader in Me coaches, as well as our city partner manager. And is Emily a manager or coordinator? Maybe a coordinator. Anyway, we've all become Leader in Me coaches so that we can provide that coaching and implementation on an ongoing basis. And then more enrichment includes outside vendors and TOSAs and teachers. Teachers from all of our schools are invited to teach lessons, and they do everything from foods to gardening to crocheting, sewing, robotics. Chess is very popular right now. So anyway, just those variety of enrichment activities. So those are the 3 core things that you see on the schedule every day. In addition to healthy snacks, we follow all the healthy school protocols. And then we have routines and things for pickup and safety and all those kinds of things as well.
And just in summary, I really appreciate hearing about those specifics. It is about our LCAP goal number 1, which is reducing achievement gaps by student groups. And to circle back to what I said earlier, that it is designed to be an extension of the school day. It is directly designed to address opportunity and achievement gaps.
True.
So with the idea of potentially using our partnerships to supplement this, I mean, I'm concerned about 2 or 3 big things. One is the ability we have to expand at the scale that this potential change would require. 2, I'm deeply concerned about the kind of competitive nature between us and long-standing partners that could potentially drive them out of our campuses, right? Because when we look at sustainability, I don't share Dr. Mirza's belief that this funding is ongoing. I believe that this is going to be, something that hopefully our state can continue for a while. It's very, very expensive, and I don't foresee us in a financial dip being able to continue it. So if that happens, now we've driven out people who have been on our campuses for, in some cases, 30 or 40 years, and now there's no one to replace them, including us. And so I have a big concern about that, because I think ultimately families will come to depend on whatever is there, and then if it goes away, we're in a worse position than we are now. But I like the idea of potentially partnering with some of our partners and doing push-in to meet those requirements that the state has for us that maybe they don't have. Are there other places that are using a partnership model to meet this need?
There are some, yes. And we are certainly in our TK and Kinder programs right now. I think I look at it a little bit differently in that if this mandate takes effect on July 1, all of a sudden we have to accept everyone for free. And frankly, I'm afraid that tons of families will come to us and abandon the private child care providers. Whereas I think if we're charging a fee, we're actually helping to stabilize the private child care providers.
Well, we're required to provide the for-fee service, we're required to provide services to everyone that meets the threshold.
Moving into rate 1, we will be required to provide services for everyone, no matter what.
Dr. Doss, can you just go back? I think it would be important. Can you go back to that slide where it shows the rate 1 versus rate 2? I think that's important.
So, yeah. So in rate 1, which is the one that we would be launched into in a couple months, we would be provided to provide services to all students who request it. And I think if we are providing it for free, while there's people on campus who are charging, I think a lot of families will come to the free one, even if they've been having good experiences in the fee-based private provider programs.
And there's, of course, a question of whether or not we could even provide that for free at the level of potential interest and need.
Yeah. I think it would be an extraordinary growing pain that would be pretty uncomfortable.
Oh, that's the part. I didn't understand that part. I guess we needed to spend more time on this. So you're saying in a couple of months, whoever requested, we would have to provide it, whether we charge or not. Right. And you're saying since some people have the ability to pay, that we might as well take the pay instead of doing it for free because it's going to offset some expenses.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, I didn't understand that in the beginning at all.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
I could just see this being very impactful for those smaller schools that, a fee-based schedule or a fee-based program would be really impactful to like the small schools like Lincoln I spoke with 4 parents before this meeting who are leaving that school. One's going to a charter, a couple are going to home, so some are staying within the district, some are not. So it's a declining enrollment issue as well.
Right.
In my mind. So some of our sites, I don't know what sites do you know what sites do not have a fee-based on-site supporter or service?
Yes, there's only 3 right now. It's Sunset, Lincoln, and EP Foster.
Okay. So those are pretty high need. At least 2 of them are pretty high need. 3 of them are pretty high need schools.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, those are the schools where we have the greatest demand as well.
Right.
Beyond our unduplicated. We've accepted many not unduplicated at those schools, but there are still more that want it.
Right.
And at this point, we're only staffing up to the above 20. So like if we have I think we have 100 and, I don't want to quote numbers that I'm not positive of, but like we have 112 at one site. We staff up to 120, so we can take 8 to get up to that level, 8 not unduplicated. But if we were to charge, we would then go up to 140, 160, 180, whatever's needed.
Do we have the ability to contract with our present partners and pay them, whether we collect the fees or not? Do we have that ability?
We do, yes. And we're doing that right now at 7 of our TK and Kinder programs.
That was why I was asking the question of the requirements, because the problem is if they're not meeting the programmatic requirements that the state sets for us, correct? Right.
That's
so
true.
as long as if they are providing extended learning opportunities with curriculum, doing the physical fitness, and providing the enrichment activities, then they meet that requirement, right? But if they're not doing those things, then they wouldn't potentially be able to partner with us.
That's right. And there's also some attendance accountability type requirements and things like that, yeah.
And would that still, if we had partnerships, would that still allow us to do push-in things like counseling or some of the other services that like we've talked about through ELOP, using some of the time that kids are on campuses after hours to do some other service kind of stuff that we wouldn't then maybe have to pull them out of class during the day?
Right. We have found that it's more difficult to do that when we're going through the multiple layers of having it with partner agencies. We do that regularly in our programs. In our partner programs, it's much more limited. It happens, but on a much more limited basis.
Yep, I think, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. The only thing I'll add to that is just in the reason, one of the reasons I asked Dr. Dawes to go back through like where we were 5 years ago versus where we are 2 years. One of the things when Dr. Dawes took this position, and I was so thankful she did, we had multiple conversations about that this model needs to continue to evolve. And so who our partners now, we had talked about if this whole funding shift hadn't happened, that next iteration of what this program looked like would be, assuming that we had funding, it would be like bringing, we heard earlier about like bringing the Sandai program, like having alignment between the types of interventions that students are receiving during the school day, extending those into the after school. So there are still things that we haven't done that we're still in the process of doing. So to answer your question directly, absolutely we can. Yes, it's a little bit harder. And we still haven't achieved some of the things that we wanted to within our own programs, but we're working toward those. So I'm sharing that in that whoever our partners are over the next 1 to 5 years, they need to be growing with us because we still hadn't reached, you know, what did you say, like the flight? What was the flight analogy?
Well, we were building the airplane while we were flying
Yeah.
it. But now this year, I feel like we are at cruising altitude. We are flying well. We have, for example, our city partners are now participating fully with us in professional development preparations, PD delivery, doing the professional needs assessment, all those kinds of things. We also have our para-liaison meetings that occur every week. We have a lot more structures that are in place. So we are in a smooth flowing model as it is right now. This would be a whole nother airplane, I think. But,
well, the explanation of this slide actually makes me think a little different because I was kind of wondering like why are we trying to take on this right now? There's a lot of things that you know we could put our efforts towards, but this makes me understand the reason why, because I was kind of confused on why we're going this direction so fast and not doing it gradually.
Right.
Is because we're going to be mandated to do it anyway, so we need to. Okay, it takes a lot of questions away that I was going to ask on why we're doing it because we have to do it.
Right. My great preference would be to do this during the school of choice window in November and give families lots of time to decide about it. We're not being given that choice because we're going to be having to provide services to all students starting with the new school year in August. And so given that fact, we just need to develop a system that makes it sustainable and keep our purpose, keep our quality as high as it can be during that transition.
I know that this is sort of a recent development for us that we're in this 55% or the rate one. Have we done anything yet to try to survey parents to find out how many may be interested in this program for planning purposes?
We had actually only done it at Sunset and then amongst some of the TKK families. So we did it school-wide at Sunset because that is one of our schools that needs the most because it doesn't have any private providers on campus. We've also surveyed some of the TK Kinder families at Lincoln because that's another area where the need is quite high. But we have not done a systemic one across the district, partly because of the rapidity, the speed with which this came up.
Is there any other questions we have? I'm sure.
Okay, I had one more.
I don't know where we are in the presentation, but.
I had one more, and I don't know if it's, I mean, again, going back to the difference between the ELOP.
Marriott, can you cancel it?
Between the ELOP program and, you know, what would traditionally be more of a care, aftercare kind of a program.
Mm-hmm.
But I know a lot of those programs offer break care as well.
Good point.
So, I mean, I would be really hesitant to, you know, for a lot of families, that would be a decider. So
Sure.
even if the prices were comparable, if I needed break care as well, and I know just from the requirements you were saying, like academic support, PE, enrichment, I mean, I know firsthand just from my own kiddos, like that was, and as a teacher, like it was on.
Good.
So, you know, that would be, I think, something also, so for the, like for the Y and Catalyst if they're providing break care as well, and that's something that our ELOP program does not provide, that might
Can
also.
can you explain break care? Because I don't know
Oh, yeah.
what break
That
care
would be
is.
like for spring break, school
School break
holidays.
care. Okay.
Yeah, fall break.
I understand now. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, sorry. So, I mean, I think that would be something that some parents would be inclined to keep their kids in the private program, because that would be something that would be offered through that program that would not be offered through ELOP.
Indeed. Well, we already have it in our plan, and we routinely provide 30 days of care during, we don't call it care because it's so much more. It's, expanded learning. But during the summer, we provide 4 weeks, 1 week at fall break, and then another week in June. So when I say summer, I'm referring to summer school, July, 4 weeks, 1 week at fall break, 1 week in June. That does leave some times when private providers often provide camps or daycare or whatever it's called. Programs, yes, indeed. But you're right, that could be a difference in where families decide to go.
Would we also have like an annual contract? I mean, I'm just thinking so what if somebody signs up and then in October they change their mind, they want to go someplace else? Because we're staffing based on expectations of people showing up, right? So what happens for that kind of stuff?
Most of the other programs we researched were doing monthly contracts, and there would be a certain day of the month that it had to be paid by, and then so much grace period, and then that was it. So it was monthly. I think we could accommodate very minor shifts in additions and subtractions because we do that already. Anything drastic would be something to address. But I'm not too concerned about that. I think most families tend to have similar needs throughout the year. Sometimes a family loses a job, so then somebody's able to stay home, or grandma moves into town, or things like that, and that's fine. We would just accommodate that.
Any other questions? Yeah, it's just the game changer to me was the mandate of you have to do it. Yeah. I didn't.
Us too.
I didn't. I don't know why I didn't catch that, but it's different now. It's like it's not a choice, right? We have to do what it takes to make it work.
Exactly.
So my thought process is working from a different place now than saying, can we make it work? Do we want to do it? Now you're going to have to make it work.
And President Peterson, I didn't want to interject earlier, but Trustee Rodriguez's comments about the concerns, we share all of those concerns. Yeah. We share the concern about sustainability. We share the concern about our capacity. We didn't even really get into some of the details about facility use. There are a lot of things that we share those concerns. So our process is, given that we didn't expect that the board just wants to give away all of our ELOP funding by not complying. So our intention is we've already started engaging some of our partners. We will more robustly engage our partners with the direction that we're going. As soon as we get that budget information, we know our reality, and we will come back to the board in terms of what that progress looks like as soon as we can. But that's where we go from here.
In the future, if something like this comes up, I would appreciate it if the board is informed, because I've had conversations with people about this before it was brought to us. Okay. My conversations would be different if I knew we have to do it, right? Because the conversations that I was having is you guys are deciding to do it. Yeah. And then I'm like, well, if we're deciding to do it, I don't have the information, then, my conversations are different. I can have a conversation with saying, no, we're not deciding to do it. We have to do it. And then the whole conversation, goes a different way. So kind of giving us a head up, because if it's in the wind and it might be happening, you can kind of believe that people are already talking to us about it happening before it's even, presented to us. So even if it's in a board memo, you might see this coming up, or you might get this question, having that information, knowing that this is mandated for you to do it, is real different from the decision to do it.
Well, it's completely understandable, and I apologize if our communications were not adequate.
We will absolutely do that. I do want to, because Dr. Dawes won't share this necessarily, part of us needing to get information from the state from the technical assistance, from from auditors, before we could feel even comfortable saying yes or no to. We knew these were the types of questions that you would have. Until very recently, I would say within the last couple of weeks, we knew the direction that the state was going. There's still some unknowns that we don't know, but we projected that we would have enough knowledge from all the technical assistance that we provide to be able to be ready to answer these really critical questions that you asked today. But we absolutely will do whatever we can to front load going forward.
I have one more request also. Can we organize an on-site visit for board members so that we can kind of see the program in action?
Sure.
Thank you.
I looked over my shoulder at Mrs. Dom, and
I know she's already on it. Well, and I know like the next month is crazy, but yeah, the sooner the better.
And then just for me, I guess, as we're thinking about how we roll this out, you know, I would like us to be cognizant of the fact that, like, if we're basing our pricing below our partners, we will be driving people away from them, right? So I think we need to really be thinking about how we price this so that we are not undercutting people who have, you know, a long standing in our schools.
I agree.
And then parents can make their choices based on what they want, but not because we're like, you know, 30% cheaper, and then people will just choose us even if they don't necessarily want that because they're going to want to save money, right?
Right. I agree as well. And the challenge is that our partners have pretty drastically different pricing structures themselves. They also do provide free and reduced price services for families who qualify, I believe.
Well, unfortunately, I have a different mindset on that because this is not a choice. This is not where we're saying we want to do something to take over another business. We have to make our pricing because we have to do it. So whatever our pricing has to be so that we keep and get the number of students that we have to keep it sustainable, that's what we have to do. And unfortunately, sometimes we make decisions that might hurt another business, but now we're being mandated to make this successful. So my thought process is going to be a little different from that. It sounds a little harsh, but my only job is to make sure that Ventura Unified School District is successful. My job is not to make sure someone else. And I don't want people to take it the wrong way, but we have a job to do, and if we're mandated to do it, we have to do whatever it takes to make it successful because we're required. It's not a business model that we're trying to make money on. We have to be compliant.
But we're not required to provide it to every child. We're required to offer it.
So the
wait. I just want to make sure the difference. So this, because when I asked, I said we have to do it. That's what changed my mind about when I went to the rate one, is that we have to do it where we're responsible. So are we responsible for doing it and we can have partners to provide it? Or we just have to be, if we rely on a partner, are we still responsible to make sure that we're making sure that our partners are doing everything to be compliant? So it's on us.
Right.
So
Ultimately,
regardless of
we
how
are
we chop it
responsible.
up, it's our responsibility. So if we rely on a partner to do it and they don't do it, we're responsible for it.
Correct. So we have the ability to delegate some of it or to share with others, just like we do with the City of Ventura, but it's incumbent on us to make sure that they are abiding by all the requirements. And there are a multitude of requirements. And so that's part of the reason that it needs to be a good partnership, because we do work closely with them. We meet regularly. We are in each other's sites frequently, monitoring the day-to-day, monitoring all of those standards. And so we have the ability to pass it to someone else. But at the end of the day, we're responsible.
Okay, then I retract about 65% of what I said then.
Well, there was a comment by Dr. Mirza about kind of making it break even. So we really don't have much of a wiggle room in that area, right? If we're just trying to break even and not make money off this, right?
That would be my intent as well.
So to be competitive, to be comparable to, like, say, the YMCA or to, Las Posas, it's going to be kind of hard to do, especially if it's different rates at different companies. So that's just my comment, is that it sounds like we're just trying to break even. We're just trying to pay the bills. trying to cover our overhead, and that's it. So it doesn't leave us much room.
Yes, and I know Dr. Dawes is going to be very sensitive in terms of engaging these partners about those differences in rates, because she's absolutely right. One rate is going to be very competitive for one provider, and to the other one, it's going to feel like they're being undercut. So that said, she's going to be sensitive to that. I do just want to come back to the break-even concept. We do want to break even, but part of breaking even is still what we didn't get to in this most cruising altitude version. We still haven't gotten to some of the services, counseling, reading intervention teachers. We still weren't there yet. So part of that is making sure that we're building in, whether it's cost recovery, however we want to look at it, the ability for us to implement the version of the model that we've had in our heads that we just haven't had a chance to get to yet. So that's part of also that break even, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity to share that.
It's true.
All right, if there's any more questions, and this is the reason why we have 5 people listening, because obviously if you just have one, you know, it goes a different way. So we have 5 or 10 ears listening actually to make the right decisions.
I appreciate it. This is complex, and it's things that Sonia and I spend day in and day out doing. And to grasp it all in a few minutes presentation, I respect and am pleased that you've done so. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Human Resources Certified.
It's been a while since I've said this, but this is routine in nature. This reflects the Q3 visitations for Williams in instructional materials and facilities. And I'm pleased to report to the board that we were in compliance in both areas. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Let's make sure we go in order. I almost got in trouble. All right, now we're on to the consent calendar.
I'd like to pull item A2, the CIF multi-site.
Okay. You want to pull that for discussion, or you want to pull it for?
Yeah, just a question. We've talked about this as it relates to our other high schools, and so just wanted to see if that is still on our radar to look at.
Sorry, Trustee Rodriguez.
So this is for El Camino students to multi-site
That's
for
correct. So
sports?
multi-siting back to their boundary school for sports. This is a long-standing accepted renewal. So there's no change, and this is something that many of our El Camino students do. So if their boundary site offers the sport, they have the option of multi-siting back to their boundary. But since Foothill, for example, has no boundary, El Camino students cannot multi-site to Foothill for sports, only to Buena or Ventura.
But we talked about this recently, so that's why I'm highlighting it.
Oh, I see what you, okay.
Yeah,
I know
thank
what you're
you.
saying now.
With that, I'll move approval of the consent items.
Was there something, Shannon, that you thought should be pulled?
I just, since you highlighted the CIF one, I understand that this one is specifically for El Camino. Okay.
Yeah, I was just highlighting it for our conversation.
Yeah.
Second.
Sorry, James, did you second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez? Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. So now we're down to 18 board reports and ad hoc committee reports. Chair? Shannon?
I just had a lovely meeting with CTE. If Dr. Ricard, if you're still watching, thank you. It was absolutely fabulous. We were able to hear from so many of the different trades and different folks that we partner with. And it was so exciting to hear all of the connections that we're making for students, all the opportunities that are available to them. And my only request is that CTE meets more often, because it was a fabulous meeting.
I don't know that anyone has ever asked for their committee to meet more often, so.
They only meet twice a year.
I know.
It
I
just
used
was
to be on
not
the
enough. I
committee.
loved it.
So this afternoon, Calvin and I participated in a property ad hoc committee, and we got an update on our RFPs that have come in. We had some questions about some of the potential areas for negotiation, and sent it back to staff to look at. But that's the whole sort of process should be coming forward to the board in probably a month or so. We also discussed the process for requesting an extension of the waivers for the other surplus properties that we have not yet gone out to RFP for.
I met with the DLAC, and of course we just had a presentation, so it's not much to add, except that I went out and bought a $70 AI translator because that's going to come real in use. Also on the I highlight our DC trip because we Calvin and I met with Julie Brownlee, the representative. She was very open to our discussion about increasing funding for IDEA, cementing some of the Title funds, I shouldn't say Title I, but title funds. Also looking at inclusionary training for for teachers within the IDEA fully funded bill. I forget the name of that bill currently, but she was very, she's always been pro-education. So that's what I love. And Sabrina and I met with her last year, and she's trying her hardest. So to get us the funding we need to run our schools.
Yeah, this is a problem with going last. Everyone always says everything we've already done together. I guess the only other thing was I did the ethics training that's going to be required by law. I sent the email today so you guys can see the rest of the classes that will be offered. We also had a very interesting discussion about AI at VCOE. I think that was like 2 weeks ago. It was very engaging, and it was really, it was surprising to hear all the different thought processes on the same scenarios. I mean, you have a bunch of educators in the room, you have board members in the room, and it was probably 25% here, 35% there. So it's, AI is going to be very interesting going forward. And Sabrina already mentioned the ad hoc committee, and James mentioned the DC trip. I have a great story to tell Dr. Dannenberg when we go to coffee that he didn't get to share on the DC trip. But other than that, that's all I have for ad hoc reports. And next would be future board items. Oh, I missed coming events. Thank you. Teamwork.
Okay, so up on the screen, we have the AAPC meeting, CDAC, and then looking forward after district holidays to all the graduations and the incredible promotion ceremonies that aren't listed, but will also be attending. Thank you.
Okay, future board items.
Yes, I'd like to suggest a meeting regarding the school site council bylaws. I know that those have changed, and I just want to better understand the purpose for changing the school site council bylaws. I want to make sure that we're, being legally accurate and making sure that they're accurate. However, I also want to make sure that we're not in the process disenfranchising our most active families.
Yes, absolutely. We will not disenfranchise our families, for sure. Thank you. Okay, we'll add that.
I second the school site council bylaws request. And then I also shared with you, I'd like to have a conversation around our acceleration process, what it is, how we're implementing it, and whether or not it's consistent with our board policies. And then I know next month we have our LCAP and budget presentation coming before us, but because those are two huge things, I was just wondering if there's the opportunity for like a study session, maybe an optional even, like I said, I know not everybody has the time, but like an optional LCAP / budget study session, so that we have the opportunity to ask questions, because they're both just gigantic and it's going to take us ages. If not, we'll be here forever on the 10th.
Just one more thing that's still on my radar. I know we've been slammed, but Healthy Kids, is that still on the radar?
It is very much on the radar. Healthy Campus.
Sorry. No. The wasn't it Healthy Kids survey that we had talked about?
The California Healthy Chicks, California Healthy Kids Survey, or Healthy Campus?
I don't know. We'll have to.
Okay.
I'll have to send you an email. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know.
Okay.
Whether it's Chicks California Healthy Kids Survey, we can absolutely do that, and that's embedded into part of some of the metrics in the LCAP. But the Healthy Campus Initiative, very much watching what's going on, and Dr. Bayless continues to work with them to just see what updates we have. So whatever it is, we'll be ready. Were there any other potential board updates? Board items, because there's one that I need to add since Ryan's in the back. We also have a bond project update to the board, so depending upon how we schedule the rest of these, we need to get that bond update to the board.
James?
Nothing. Thank you.
What I would like to see is to discuss this year, to enact for next year, is that, every time we've had some type of presentation about the kids and the parents come to see the kids, I think that's something we should add to every regular board meeting, so that we are getting parents to get involved in the board meeting process and seeing what we do at a board meeting. So I would like to discuss for next year having an ongoing invitation to some type of student group, or showing some type of student success, like when we had the art contest winners, and we did the board presentation night, and even if it's only 5 families or 10 families, I think that's a great way to introduce parents into coming and participating in our board meeting. So if we can discuss that on how we would do it, whether it's a board recommendation, every board meeting, someone's responsible for inviting someone, or we do it through the superintendent, but just to have some conversation on that, because I think it's very impactful to invite parents to see how this process works.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Castro, when you do that bonds project survey, can we get a simple financial accounting of the bond, where we're at, how much we've drawn on it, how much we have left, and all that?
Absolutely. Ryan's in the back. We will have a lot of information, and the project update, how much they cost, projected, all of that will be a part of that presentation. So thank you. We will have that for sure.
All right. Any other board comments before we see if we need to go to closed session? Because I don't think we need to go to closed session. So there's no reason to go to closed session? All right, I entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And as always, I would like to thank VASE. You guys always do a great job. So thank you very much.